Welcome to Asylum Atelier. Welcome to another Bed Painting Friday. Today it's a digital edition, or let's say that this is going to be a little bit more about the exploration. I wanted to talk to you about a couple things when it comes to composition and setting up and coming up with new ideas. And I know that previously we had couple debates and suggestions and so on and so forth. And today maybe it's not going to be necessarily that much about the drawing or painting, or maybe we can paint something digitally because I would really like to. Something that I want to explore more and more. But primarily, I wanted to talk about my really, I would call it a rudimentary, not even simple, rudimentary approach to composition. It's not really that sophisticated. It has no like a super special secrets or shortcuts or anything like that. I think, if anything, it's probably not efficient. That's for sure. I don't know how else should I call it. I don't think it's really efficient. Because, and the reason why I think it's not efficient, it's because it takes a lot of time. And not that it takes a lot of time to come up with ideas. It took a lot of time to get to the point where I am right now, with like a libraries, with digital files, with a bunch of books, and printouts and handouts and sheets from some and PDF files and so on and so forth. Like you can imagine. And probably the biggest issue that I have is that I am disorganized. As you might imagine. Looking even around the studio, it's like a mess everywhere. It's every surface. It's used to put something on it. So I'm kind of not only that I collect stuff, I also collect surfaces so I can put more collectibles on top of these surfaces. So I wish you could be. I should probably do the 360 camera around here, so you can just freely roam the studio. How messy it is! Like it's everything everywhere, or at least there is no place where I wouldn't put something. And luckily, I have that I paint, so I can utilize the walls. So I have nails in the walls, and paintings are hanging left and right. And that's a bonus, because it's another surface that I can use to. So, and I was making fun of starting painting on top of a ceiling, because that's a very large unused surface that it's kind of daring. So maybe one day. It's not going to be today, but maybe one day. But outside of my studio, I have like a kind of a nice old school arch. Like in the main hall as you enter to my studio. It's actually on the second floor, so I have a beautiful, nice wooden staircase that goes up, and then there's like an arch, and you go through the arch. It doesn't really matter, but that arch has like a nice kind of a width to it, and I was thinking that maybe into that arch I could paint something, just for fun. So that's something to, maybe like a Bed Painting Friday arch painting would be, or arch decoration would be another one of these ideas, which would be kind of cool. Maybe do some, since I was working with that Slovakian pattern a lot, or traditional folk pattern from my region, which is a central part of the Slovakia. Maybe I could do pattern like that, like every, like you're probably more familiar with like these beautiful Celtish or Celtic, Celtish, Celt So they have these beautiful, wooden patterns that we are all familiar with from movies, and all the kind of more like a Viking style. Then we have, when we have like knights and stuff, they have these like nice friezes and frames around. So there's a bunch of them, and then I was thinking, well, maybe I could utilize some of a not necessarily like super tough heroic, as we know from movies, but really very natural, flowery-like motifs that we had around here. So that might be fun. Since I have right now tubes of acrylic paint that I don't know when I'm going to use. Well, probably it's not going to be anytime soon, because there's a lot of other stuff that I have to finish right now. Or maybe it will. I don't know. Maybe it will. Maybe I should just start thinking about that from point of view that what should I do, what I shouldn't do, and just give myself a schedule to do this, and that, and then follow upon that. Same, got an acrylic paint. I need to use. Wanted to use it for mural painting. Yeah, see, well, that's the arch painting would be probably, or decoration of an arch, because I'm not going to paint an arch. I'm going to decorate the arch that it's actually made out of bricks and stone. So that might be kind of cool. It's actually it's kind of nice because I utilized one side of that arch because it has like an opening in that arch. So I put a little, like a very small, like probably this is a life-size, like it's like this big, like these small easels there, and I put one of those small little bed painting Friday still lifes that we painted together there, so it looks kind of nice. I should probably take a picture of that and post it so you know what I'm talking about. And then I still have another side, and in the other side I want to do a 3D sculpture and 3D printed it. Let's see how it's going to work. I wanted to paint sunflowers on the top of wood in shower room. It's in a serious need to be repaired. The previous dwellers did a horrible job. Yeah, I can feel. I mean, that's how I feel about my ceiling in this studio when I'm looking around. But the truth is that probably they not not probably, I was forcing them out as soon as possible from here because I needed to start working. So it partially might be my fault, but then I really needed this to be ready. So I might be a cause of this. So it's up to me right now to correct it. But it's a large space, and it's very uneven. So first, what I would have to do, I would have to probably even it out, and I definitely need a scaffolding for this. There's no other way, and I don't have a scaffolding. So, but like I said, that's one thing that I would like to have, scaffolding, so I can really, feel like a real painter of these serious paintings. It's just, and I'm making this a joke because I remember that 10 years ago that was the main goal, scaffolding. I need to get the scaffolding because grow your legs. Yeah. Yeah. That's a good one. Maybe I should get an extensions for my legs. Like little. How it's like for the you can see it in the. Oh, excuse me. Today I feel I sat down, and I immediately felt that it's the end of the day for me, because usually I'm standing and I'm working right there, and when I'm sitting down, it's time for me to just go to sleep. So my apologies for that. Maybe I need a little bit more of a delicious tea. Yeah, and it's super cold here again. It's really cold. And yeah, you're laughing, but here's the thing. It really feels like that. Yesterday or 2 days ago, actually, after 2 days ago, yeah, 2 days ago, it was Wednesday. I came here and I wanted to work, and I sat down and I woke up 2 hours later, sleeping on my desk like this. It's just, it's just. I was so tired. I just couldn't keep my eyes open, and I had to do some, mandatory administration, checking emails and responding to people stuff. If my neck hurt, yeah, it did. It did. It wasn't very comfortable. The reason why I woke up was because I was shivering, because it was cold. Because I came here, I sat down. I really wanted to quickly do stuff on the computer, and then I forgot to turn on the heater. It just got really cold, and my feet were frozen, my hands were frozen, and I was just like, "Ugh." So yeah, it was multiple things that bothered me. Actually, the spine is still, not happy about that. Little, uh, whoa, and you managed to sleep. I'm impressed. Oh, let me tell you something about my sleeping pattern. I can sleep on the festival's speakers while blasting full music. I don't care. I don't care. I used to organize. It was, this is how you know how old I am. It was before it was popular around the world. It came from, I think it came from Germany, like electronic music, like techno and drum and bass, and they really experimented with a lot. And at one point in 2000, it got really, really popular, and we used to organize these parties. We did one event, and it actually was multiple years. It was on the in a castle, so it was like a huge party with electronic music on an actual castle in the center of a city. It was pretty cool, yeah, awesome experience, and it was a lot of work because it's just we were kids and we were trying to do something for a community of friends, and we didn't even think of that it's going to be so successful, and people from around the Slovakia came. And it was so massive at one point that police came and shut down the main the main gate on the castle because because it was a fire hazard. So the people couldn't get in because, and also there was a tickets that we were selling before, and people had tickets. We didn't even know how to manage this thing. It was pretty funny. So people bought tickets in advance, and then of course we let other people to buy tickets on the gate. But we didn't realize that. Oh wait, but then what if someone who has a ticket is going to show up later? Well, too bad, it was closed. So they closed the door, they shut the door, and you could get in and out only through. I kid you not. It's probably like this big of a slid, because it's a castle. The main gate was closed, and it was a small one like this, only for like a, uh, it was during the fights, and I don't know, whatever. It was just for only one person maximum. It was like a really thin um, uh, um, um, a hallway through a main gate, and it's pretty thick. So that was the only main entrance. So that was crazy. We were thinking that what if something happens? Like people won't be able to get out. So yeah, then just the main gate. I don't want to go into that. I don't want to get into legal problems and troubles at this stream. This is not about that. It was really tough. What I was trying to say is that we were so tired. Some of us. I was so tired that I just slept next to a speaker. Like I was like this next to a speaker, just sleeping. Full blast, nothing. It's just you can. And I just got used to sleep in any position everywhere. Bus, planes. I can sleep on. I don't know. I don't think that there's a surface I wouldn't be able to fall asleep. So, so, so that's me. So whenever I have a second to fall asleep, I'm definitely going to take the advantage of that. Don't try to test me. Give me an opportunity to fall asleep, and I'm gonna find it. I'm gonna be there, sleeping. So that's what happens to me, because usually when I sit here down behind the computer, it's usually after stream, after a whole day of painting. So it immediately felt to me that I sat down and I'm just like, oh, you know, sleeping. So anyway, I want to talk about that. That's insane. Well, I don't know if it's insane, but yeah, welcome to Asylum Atelier, right? It is insane. It is insane, but you just get used to it. I don't think it's just. I know that there are people that have difficulties with sleeping, and I know that I'm laughing at that because it doesn't affect me. I can't even imagine that feeling, not being able to, sleep properly. My most recent memory is me sitting. My most recent memory is me sitting in my PC chair like now, and find myself waking up a few hours later. My husband and friends were hanging in the living room, so they saw the whole thing. They made fun of me. I was exhausted. My head was against the chair's back. This time I was surprised. Bad English, sorry. Don't worry about the bad English. This is me being a professional streamer, right? Professional streamer. I have my other screen right here I set up the chat properly, and I have a cables running through through that because I have a camera right there. So I have to move back and forth to read it, So, just the professional streamer, right? Like I said, one day I'm just going to point out. I'm gonna take a picture and post my cable management because that's Jackson Pollock for you. Jackson Pollock, I mean that the famous American abstract painter, right? So anyway, speaking about abstract painters and painting in general, I mentioned that I want to show you a couple things about the composition and about how I set up my composition. And coming back to a beginning of a story or beginning of this conversation, it's that a rudimentary approach. And the reason why I'm saying it's rudimentary because it is nothing else, just going through piles of files. I'm rhyming. And really, it's just, I shouldn't say pile of files. Maybe I should say gigabytes of files. That's probably better. Gigabytes of files. I remember we talked about Kim Jong-gi, that famous Korean artist that draws from imagination. Well, he used to. Unfortunately, he passed away a couple of years ago. I think in 2002. And he used to draw perspective. Excuse me. He used to draw perspective and everything from the imagination. And I had the pleasure to meet with him and talk to him. He doesn't speak English very well, or he didn't. And there was his translator there, or how would you call it? His friend that spoke English. And it was funny because my English is not 100%, and his wasn't as well. I mean the translator. So we were hanging out a little bit after his demonstration. And I think that he talked about this even in the video, so you can see. Yes, I met him. It was in Los Angeles, and I think that it was a Since I used to work for school as an intern, and I had a bunch of friends from different guilds in LA, because they have like a writers guild, animators guild, I don't know, concept art guild. Well, they have a bunch of guilds, and our school used to provide these courses or classes. Courses, it's better to say courses, because they were like multiple days and multiple weeks. So during the weekends, we used to do these courses and classes, and people from all over industry used to show up to not necessarily socialize, but usually you have these, like, you have programs like or software like Maya, Max, and so on and so forth, and there are always some updates, some upgrades to that software, some new add-ons, and so on and so forth. So they used to come to my school, and they used to exchange the information, and they give him these like new tutorials how to do certain things and workflows, and just to people from the business getting better and better, and receiving a fresh new information so they could work the best. And I had the pleasure to meet like incredible people from the really top of the industry. I remember storyboarders, people that do the anatomy, riggings, and all kinds of stuff. It's not. I don't want to really go into details, because it's not really. Maybe sometimes we can discuss this. It's pretty cool. I have a lot of cool stories from these times, and also the part of the staff. There was I talked about Karl Dobsky, if you remember. Karl Dobsky is he used to be part of the group Massive Black. It's like they were like a concept artist, and he's a traditionally trained painter, but he also used to do concept art, and I think it was through them. It was like a small venue or something, and we were invited to go and hang out, and Kim Jong-ji was there, and he was doing a demo, and he was talking about his process and how he thinks. And there's plenty of videos you can find. You can find him online. These videos. I think he talked about this, because that's the most asked question probably. Is like, how do you do what you do? And he was talking and revealing a little bit behind the scenes of his process. And he mentioned that he sits down and he goes through tons of Karl Dobsky. Yeah, Karl Dobsky. And cool guy, strange but very cool. You have to have a particular understanding of his jokes, and I'm talking about Karl Dobsky right now. But he's true to the bone, cool guy, a very good painter. He has his own studio. It's called Safe House, I believe. Right now, or he used to have in San Francisco, then it was in LA, and I'm not sure. I think it's still. I always wanted to study with him in his atelier, in his studio. Unfortunately, it's like a private institution, and for me, being in the United States, I have to have an official visa. I like his style, so I'm going to see if I can follow him. Thanks. Yeah, sure, go for it. Yeah. Very cool guy. So anyway, we were there, we were chatting, and Kim Jong-ji was talking about this process of really sitting down and going through piles of whatever magazines and books. And he was trying to not only just look at the picture, but remember a picture. And when I said remember, he was a little bit more specific. He was talking about he's trying to picture it in certain setup, and how to put it into a perspective, and these lines, perspective lines, and so on and so forth. So So I'm not even close to be there. And truth to be told, I didn't even I've never wanted to. That's probably a better way to say it. And even if I wanted to, I don't think I would be able to. I don't have a photographic memory. But what I can do is to mentally go through piles of pictures and photographs and like these kind of flashes of stuff that I like, and I can recall some from the memory when I need them to correct certain things in the composition, or at least kind of navigate myself through enormous amount of data that it's either on the internet or even in my computer or even in your cell phone this time, or tablet, depends on, pick your poison, right? I don't have a Instagram, so I was looking for because I don't have a Facebook either, and I was looking for the alternative, and someone suggested Pinterest to me, and I got hooked on Pinterest. I daydream of the day where I have photographic memory, but I don't think that's possible for me either. I don't know if you can learn it. Maybe you can. Maybe it's just, that's what I would call true gift, or curse. Depends, because sometimes I don't want to remember everything. There are things that I want to forget, so it would be really difficult for me. It has a plus and minuses, right? Yeah, I think Pinterest is better for this purpose anyway. Yeah, and I found a Pinterest, and we were talking about last time a little bit about Pinterest, and then I have these boards that I use, and so let me get into it. So I'll show you. I set up. Let me see if I have it properly set up, so I can show you what I mean. So it's not only talking, and let me maybe get rid of this and this. Okay, so I set up like a fresh new Pinterest. There is nothing here, and I just randomly chose certain. I think that you have to choose 5 kind of topics that you. Yeah, it's a fresh new. It's a fresh new. Yeah, that wouldn't. I don't want to show you my personal one. That would be horrible. That would be horrible. That would be probably the worst thing that you can see in your life. So anyway, but what I'm trying to say is that let's say that I'm working on, and this is actually a very good example. So I would just go here and click here, and this is probably the. Why is it so slow? What happened? Oh, it refreshed itself. Okay. So anyway, even better. I would just go. This is, and for those of you who are not familiar with this, this is a homepage of Pinterest, and I would see. Oh, this is something that not necessarily I like, not necessarily I need, but I know that at one point or another I will have to use hands. Are these a perfect hands? Who am I to judge it? I don't really care. But there is something that I like about this, so I immediately go into into save, and I saved it. I don't know even where. What have I done right now? Why is this? This looks. Okay. I just wanted to. Just a second, because I am not sure Anyway, this is not important. I just wanted to. So I went here. I saw those hands. I saved them. And at the beginning, this is actually cool. Because at the beginning, me using a Pinterest, this is what I would do. I would just go, oh, I like this. Positions for the hands. This is something that you have to get over it pretty quickly. I'm looking for the position of the hand. I'm not looking on the quality. I'm not looking whether I like it or not, the style necessarily, particularly, right? This has nothing to do with this. I kind of like some of these. What I'm looking at is for positions, and I am memorizing, and not even memorizing, I'm getting familiar with the library that I have in my Pinterest. So if I in any way, for instance, and this is pretty funny, look at this hand. This hand would be actually, and I kid you not, this is Murphy's Law. Isn't this similar hand that I need for my Cyril and Methodius project? The one that is holding in him? This is the exactly one that I might have used. Instead of just going over and over and over in my head and trying to figure it out and find out some of some different positions and create it myself, this would actually help me a lot. So I will go immediately to a save mode, and it's saving change. Organize. Why is this right now slightly different? Is this something that I'm not? Makes sense. I always save my based on painting, lightning, color, style. So I think I need to expand that a bit. Yes, exactly. That's the thing that I want to talk about in a second. But for some reason, I am a little bit confused about. Edit board, merge archive. How do I? Just give me a second, please. Anyway, so going back to this picture, and the problem with the problem with the Pinterest starts right now. That whenever I see and click on this particular thing, then I go and I start scrolling. Well, and we are in the main problem when it comes to me and my rudimentary approach to files, because I would spend hours here. I kid you not, hours a day. Just scrolling and searching and looking, and it would go to a point that it would come to the point that I would start doing this. I would go, oh, I like multiple things from here, so I would open link in another tab, and I would have 2 gazillion tabs open with the different parts. Why did I click on this? Oh, wait, because these are the certain things that I need to think about. Again, another very helpful thing, it might not be the best drawing. Again, it might be not the best thing for you to use. It doesn't matter. I don't care about the style at this point. I don't care about the visuals. I don't care about the anatomy. I don't care about accuracy, whether no, none of this. This is just pure research for me, and I can list through this and I can find important parts. For instance, how it's this wrapping around. This person is nicely showing and drawing and explaining the way how things wraps around. Remember, I was showing you this and the positions in the perspective, right? So that's exactly this, what you can see right here. So I would go through and I would keep that open because, oh, this hand is going forward like so. I might need it in some painting, right? And I will go, okay, this is not exactly the position that I'm looking for. Let me scroll even lower. Let me go, is this the one? Again, completely different style, completely different drawing, completely different expression. Doesn't matter. I don't care about that. What I'm looking at right now, is this closer to a position that I'm looking for or not? And it would be, again, it isn't. So I would go, and then I would say, oh, wait, but I saw I might use this as another figure, another tab, and another and another whole process of just going and doom scrolling things and just saving tons and tons of pictures, right? I might be, oh, this hand looks like I can use the position. Again, who cares about the style? I switch from linear drawing to digital, and I go to a classical painting as well. I don't care about that at all. The only thing that I care, it's a perspective and whether or not, let's say, this works for my painting. And I could, again, use this hand as a reference for my hand. So this is, I will go through these. I can go through this with you right now forever. And, you know, and then I would just save it and then, yeah, perfect, it's here, awesome. So I would have, I would have tons of these in my file. The problem is that I had no idea at one point. You have 1,000, pins that you saved. I had no idea where they are, what they do, and how to work with them, because I couldn't find them. I would just then scroll, and I would again, click. Oh, I need this, and then again, no. Actually, I can find it better. I can find it better, and better. It was really, really difficult. So I would start creating a new board, and this is what works for me personally. You can do whatever you want. You can do whatever setup you want, and I would go, let's say I'm working on this, so I would call it very simple, like project folk music. I'm keeping my board secret. I don't know why. It's just I don't want to have a presence on Pinterest. I just want to be, because there are I don't know. I feel at one point that Pinterest happened to be like a personal thing, and I'm not saying that I will have some inappropriate images there. It's more about my thought process. And I just got, I at one point I got self-conscious. No, self. Yeah, probably. That would be the. I just felt embarrassed, or I don't know. I just didn't want to show or share my personal, like a combination of thoughts. For some reason, I don't. It doesn't really matter. So I would create this, and that would be something very important for me later on, because I would go, oops, and it would start, okay, musician, I need a head, so I need a portrait, I need a planar head. I would click right here, and I would be, okay, save. And this was extremely helpful for me because I could then organize a little bit better my thought process. And I will go, oh, this actually shows me not only a position, but also values. Oh, I'm definitely taking this one. Where is it going? Into a folk musician, because I'm working from imagination. I need to have some ideas about light. Okay, and I'm scrolling, oh, this is showing me a different light. Okay, perfect, I need this one because I'm going to choose in my composition the lighting arrangement. So I will go there, save immediately. Oh, this is showing alien, don't care because I am not really thinking about, I'm not thinking literally, I'm thinking extremely abstractly at this point. So I might need this stupid thing, a stupid thing, yeah, I'm taking it back, this is not stupid. I'm comparatively, right, this is the imaginary thing and this is something that I, won't you run into risk of having too many references? I know get overwhelmed because of it. Yes, you will. Well, we'll get there. We'll get there. So I would have this. I saved it. Oh, he would have to have a mouth. This is not necessarily a mouth that I could use, but I can get inspired by that, right? What I'm looking at, I'm not looking at mouth. I'm looking at the technique. This person choose hatch marks, and how did he or she develop the form? That's way more important for me than that mouth itself, because these mouth, there's no, strictly anatomically, I think this is a Asian person. Based on my experience and observation, it's probably an Asian person. I'm not saying that it's 100% true, but I think it's a little bit further east that my Slovakian musician has to be. Because another part of doing a portrait is to understanding the anatomy and also differences between anatomies. If you want to stay true to a portrait. So, and there will be another thing. Oh, okay, so there's a different thing. Mouth, again, all right, I need this because I need it for my project. So I will go all the way, and I would go and I would search. I actually know this guy. This used to be my my model at the academy. So let's save him. So I will go through these, and this is a partial understanding of a skull and the position for points. And if you work from imagination, these things might be extremely useful to you. I'm working with an older person, so I just saw this one, so let me check this one right here. Okay, this is completely, there's this random person that speaking to a microphone and someone did analysis. Is this exactly what I'm looking for? No, but there might be this little piece that I might use actually, and I might use it with my painting. Why? Because my figure and my portrait has a similar situation going on right here with the eyes. Why? Because they are both in a similar age. We have very not consistently. Our skulls are very similar, muscles are the same, they have a slightly different, they have a slight differences, but you can still make this work if you know what you're looking at, if you know what you're doing. Another thing is this might be a little too complicated, but okay, I'm just gonna get it, and I'm slowly getting where I need to be. I'm searching and I'm looking, this looks kind of like a good pose even, right? I could use this, when I'm thinking about this, I could use this also for a project, Cyril and Methodius. I'm not trying to show you, I want to point out, and this is very important, that I'm simultaneously working on multiple projects while I'm browsing through Pinterest. It's not just the one thing, it's multiple things. I'm working on a musician, I'm working on central part of, with the hands, I was working on the central part, central fragment of a composition. I'm working on the right side and I'm working on the left side simultaneously. And not only that, I'm working on other projects that I have in mind slowly. And let's say I need, this might be very, well, this might be useful. I don't know, maybe, right? But this looks way more like a Homer than I would like to admit. But still, there is some position for bones. These are way too exaggerated for my taste, but it's okay. It's fine because I'm just looking for certain parts, certain ideas. This might be over exaggerated. Okay, it's fine because I'm looking for certain treatment. I might like a little piece right here. I'm going to save it. I might like this one better. Again, I'm looking on the shapes, abstract shapes that are doing, and you can see a difference between this and this immediately. This is done with a different technique than this one. Both are valid, both have its merit, and like I said, in this particular moment, I don't really care whether how it looks. What I'm thinking about it, is it going to help me to get to where I want to be with my painting? I learned that paintings or drawings I liked, let's say 5 years ago, are not really helpful as a reference picture. Because, and here's the thing, because I was trying to copy specific, you might call it style, I don't even know how to express it better, instead of trying to understand how light reacts when it hits the form and how it reflects towards my eye, for instance, right? So I might not, I might have been misled by my own how would I even put this so it makes sense? I was with because of lack of my experience with painting and drawing, I tend to choose pictures that I like to look at rather than the pictures that are going to be helpful or beneficial for me when it comes to improving my my skills. I think that's as close as I can get with explanation to this. It is almost like a catch-22. I mean, and it's hard to say when's the time to, or what is the moment to get out from that catch-22, or how. So let's say I would be like, oh, I like this, right? This is done in a particular style with a particular mindset. No matter how much I appreciate that, you know, that it's nicely symmetrical through the that it has a nice, that it's nicely symmetrical. That's a wrong statement. No matter the fact that it's done correctly when it comes to anatomy, it has nice kind of loose pencil strokes. I am not able to use and translate this into my painting. For instance, I can get inspired by this. I like the position, I like the composition, but I was picking this picture for different reasons. That's an example, right? And I would do like, oh, so I have to make, I don't know, I have to draw nose like this with the highlight here. It's not going. That's a stylized thing. It's not going to work it's not going to work in the style of painting that I have. Unfortunately, I wish it could, but it's not going to, right? And it has nothing to do with quality of this drawing. It has everything to do with my skill, my capabilities, and what I want to do and what I want to describe. Awesome. I'm going to save this immediately because I like this a lot. And I'm going to use it. I'm just going to save everything into one, so then I can show you the next stage. Another thing, this is, and you might be surprised, but this is way more beneficial to me when it comes to painting than the previous one. Why, you might ask? Because I'm looking for a little bit more of differences between treating and the edge. This might be a little too dark, but that's okay. It's fine, because I can take what I like and I can leave what I don't like about this. Well, let's say, what about a composition? Well, this composition looks good. Do you know why this composition looks good? Because of this right here. I don't think it would be as good unless this would be here. This is part of the composition. And when I was starting with drawing and painting, I didn't understand that this little part right here, the little small sketch, it's part of the composition because it's repeating itself and it's creating harmony. But this is developed, this is not. This is the front, this is in the back. They are already lining up as and I can picture another one right here, another one right here, another one right here. So I already see a composition here. Right now, I am not going to save this in my head and into my files as a drawing of a head. I'm going to go and put it into a composition. So I would go here and I would create a new board and I would give myself I don't know, in my actual Pinterest, I call this composition. Components, I think like this. I think. Create. And from now on, I would be actually thinking about compositions, and immediately it would go this there. Right now, again, I'm not talking about the quality of a drawing, about whether it's good or not, the shading, the tone, the values, nothing. What I'm thinking about is position of one head, position of another head, position of a third head, and the hands. Great composition. I'm going to steal this. Compositional components. Not to do this exact thing, but you see the distribution of the faces and positions. I'm definitely going to use it. Where is this taking from? I have no idea, but it's very similar to positions that you would find probably with Repin, what we were talking about. It kind of reminds me of that kind of a style. But it's obvious because these are Russian drawings, so it kind of makes sense. Hey, weird question, but can I follow you on Pinterest? With your fresh account is fine with me, so I can follow your saved pins to get feeling of what you need to change. I'm pretty sure you can. But let me think, you would have to send me I believe it's through email address, so I can actually add you to these boards. Let's say that I'm going to save this. into and then I can add you here as, oh, you can copy link. Search by email, because I don't think I have you in my, or maybe I can send it to, can I? Okay, you said, okay, all right, that's. Okay, but it's fine that you send it here, but you know, everybody can see this. So if you want to do it privately, then you know, you can send me an email, but it's cool, it's cool, it's cool. You know what I mean? I just want to protect your privacy as much as I can, as much as I can. You don't care about it? Okay, all right. I'm just saying. So, and check this out right now. These are compositional components. And it seems like it has nothing to do with. It seems like it has nothing to do with the composition, but it has a lot with me, because I'm going to start working. Let's say, and maybe let's switch to. Let me just quickly point out what I mean. So let me switch to. Oops. Okay, cool. I wanted to switch to to Photoshop. Cool. And the reason why, so I showed you the compositional components. So I would work on a composition, let's say like a little thumbnail right here, and I would have. Let me just. I would work on something, and let's say I want to have like a figures right here, and I'm working with some kind of a, you know, like a weird shape, like so, and then I'm thinking, oh, this, let me just maybe change the color, or maybe hit it with a different layer, that would be even better. So maybe this, I want to be a head or portrait. I would immediately go into a components, compositional components, and I would even go even further. It would be portrait compositional components, or hands compositional components, or yada yada. It doesn't really matter. But I would take this area right here, and I would then go into that file that I have there, and I would start thinking about, okay, so there was a one head right here, and there was one on the top right here, like so, and there was a third one looking this direction, right? So this is the shape that I'm looking for. Let me right now work on that a little bit more. So it was kind of, let me make it darker here, okay, cool. And then let me go a little lighter, and let me bring some highlights on top of it. So it was like this, and then it was, and I'm looking at that, there was a part right here, and a little bit of light right here. So I would start working like this, and I would develop that, and then you could take it, and then I would just, is it working here? Right, as an example of what I'm talking about. So these would be the compositional components, and I would start, you know, I would start thinking about the composition from point of view of like a little mosaic, so like a puzzle. So I have these little small pieces of compositional components that I'm laying on the top of pre-existing compositional movement. If that makes sense. I don't know if it makes sense, but hopefully it does. Hopefully it does. So this would be really like a super rudimentary way of helping yourself. And again, my attention was not to take that drawings and redraw them. What I was looking for was, and let me maybe just get rid of this. What I was looking for, and I'm gonna get the red one again. Let me just do this. Okay. What I was looking for was the shape that could work for whatever figures I have there. This could be actually, and we can start. You remember I talked about this before, that I was thinking to make another painting. Oops. Nope, it's not the brush that I want. Okay. So I was thinking about another painting with a Slovakian traditional thing. So this could be actually a idea of having a 3 figures somewhere here. Talking together, and then maybe I could have 2 figures somewhere in the background here, right? And I would start developing this idea, and I'll be like, okay, but this is not really working for me. And what I want to do I want to show the full figure? So I would then adjust my composition this way and be like, okay, so there's going to be figures right here, and you can see how I'm running into problems. And there's going to be 2 figures right here. And then you go, okay, wait a second. The distance between here and here and here and here and here and here, it's repeating itself. It almost looks like it's a same distance compositionally. Another thing is, okay, I have this shape right here with this shape right here, and if I think completely abstractly, like so, these are absolutely the same. This is so boring. It makes no sense to look at this. But wait a second, what if I try to do something about it with diagonal, like a connection with something, and suddenly I'm starting to throw away stuff that it's completely abstract and has nothing to do with anything. Maybe there is a shadow right here behind them, and maybe what if I do this? What if I take a eraser and move this a little bit more here, and then maybe add a little bit more here, so the figures are going to be here, perhaps. That's going to be better. And this is how I would start doodling and adjusting shapes, and I would be, okay, so could they be standing here? Maybe if I have a strong diagonal here, this direction, maybe I could make them slightly going this way, like so. And what I'm trying to say is that this would be a light area. Figures might actually continue all the way here out, right? This would be the position of these 3 figures right here. But this would be a light area right here, maybe a little bit here. And there is a person that his part is like so. And I would start thinking this way. And this looks very crude, but if you remember, this is how I started with a bunch of paintings, just throwing these things around and seeing what sticks. Or maybe I need something a little bit more here. And I'm looking, and the beauty of this is that, okay, I can right now take this and I can rotate it, and I can be like, okay, maybe this doesn't work very well for me. Maybe this doesn't work for me. Maybe this. This immediately showed me a big problem. I have let me just show it. I have this, and this. It's very symmetrical, and it kind of repeats itself here and here, right? So I have to think about this. Okay, so this doesn't work. So what can I do? Could I actually maybe change it, and this all part is going to be dark? And this is only a dark shape. It's not necessarily a shadow. It's just a dark shape against the light shape. And then maybe I could shape this a little better so it goes a little bit more diagonally this way, right? And I'm thinking maybe this it's just too bright, and I need it to have a little bit lighter, a little bit darker, because I can't really see the shape of that. I can't really see the figure that would be here all the way to this point. So okay, maybe this is better to be like so. And then I'm looking, okay, that looks better. Maybe I can change it here. Maybe I could adjust this a little bit, right? And maybe I could put something a little bit here on the bottom for these figures. Let me look at it from this. This is pure abstract painting. This is not this. The only reason why I'm talking about the figures is because I like figurative painting, but this is all abstract. And I would be like, I might see something here, but then I have this area right here. It's kind of like an empty spot right here, and then I have this here, and this it just kind of doesn't work. There are things that I don't like about that, right? Maybe this and this is going the same direction, and this is going the same direction, and this is going the same direction, and it is too much, right? So what if I still want to have the diagonal there, but what if I do something else to describe the diagonal? So I'll go with dark right here, a little bit here to change it, but maybe there is going to be something light that is going this direction to change that a little bit. It still continues from one side to another, but I changed the. Remember we talked about Harold Speed. I talked about Harold Speed. I'm talking about him all the time. But that's something that. Oh, my tea is cold. It's iced tea in these conditions here. This is completely abstract painting. There is nothing that we can put here into this, but it's starting to have something, and maybe this diagonal is too much. So what if I just change that completely, and you're not gonna believe this. So I'm going to do this. And you know what? I'm getting back to my composition with Cyril and Methodius. Can you see the similarity with this? And it's another, because I've been thinking and staring into their composition for so long, so it immediately goes into that. Immediately, because there is a lot of things that I had to figure it out, and I really like certain shapes there and movements and positions, but this would be another example. So let me do just something different, something that I did for something similar that I did for right now for that exams. So it was So I was just sitting and I didn't know what to do. And no, that I didn't. I was not feeling it, and I was like, okay, let's just do something like so. And this is how I started to paint. and then I realized that I have something here. Um, and I was thinking that because there was the funny part was that there's a lot of yeah, I plan to read his book this year. You're planning to read his book? Okay, awesome, awesome. Maybe you should share your reading list with us. Like, what other books do you planning on reading? That would be cool. I have some that I want to read. So I did this, and I felt like, okay, this is kind of a this is gonna work. I do have something, and then you know what I did? I because there was a lot of kids, and everybody was making like these dark. And again, I might have seen this somewhere, so so what I did was I started to developing this. Like, there's gonna be a little person that is squatting right here. I need to move this because the paper was a little bit more this way. Yeah. So I started to just playing with, and I did this with charcoal. So I had a sheet of paper, and I was like, moving with charcoal back and forth. Sure, although I have no idea what else to read, I am reading Carlson's Guide to Landscape Painting for the art book club. It's interesting, but not something I choose personally, and I like to read more sci-fi fantasy book just to balance it out. Okay, awesome. Do you have any, like, when you say sci-fi, do you mean how would I put it? Is it more like a popular sci-fi, or are you like a, I don't know, sci-fi? What's the word that I'm looking for? Sci-fi. Connoisseur. I don't know. I'm just trying to say, like, do you have like a special sci-fi niche? That's what I'm aiming for. While I'm just having fun with this little doodle here. And the reason why I was painting this, because I was just sitting and I was daydreaming while I was supposed to do a composition, because I've done one already and I didn't know what to do. And everybody was, these young students, they were all like, so like, oh, I'm going to just, I don't know if I'm going to pass, and all these things. And I was just, so it was really charming. So I was listening, and I was enjoying, not like eavesdropping, like they were, they were talking out loud in the classroom, right? So it wasn't like me just hiding behind the corner. They were hard sci-fi. I read Three Body Problem, written by Lynn Sykes-Sin. I probably misspelled his name. I probably mispronounce it as well. A Chinese author. He wrote 3. I finished 2. Now on 3rd one. Haven't started it yet. It's about the Earth and alien invasion based on Chinese perspective and history. And he tried to be scientifically accurate as possible. Hence, hard sci-fi. Ooh, okay. So that's what hard sci-fi means. All right. Sounds cool. Sounds very cool. Because what would I have to start expanding my how would I even? I was, see, and this is a problem. You have to excuse me, because when I get into composition, it kind of turns off my ability to talk. And I see things visually, and I can then, I can process the visual information and translate it to words. What was I talking about? Yeah, I enjoy stuff like that. I exercise my brain. I like that feeling. It's okay, I understand. Okay, well, like I said, I'm really, really sorry, but I know I'm back. My brain just, I'm not able to multitask or to do multitasking for some reason. Oh. I need more tea, I guess. Or I have to get myself one of those desks that you can raise up and you can stand, because I'm sitting and I'm preparing myself. There's a lot of work ahead of me. But anyway, I was talking about the composition, and like I was listening to students or young artists talking about the stuff, and it was really charming to listening them from a perspective of someone who went through the school system, and right now it's just it's more of a fun for me to go there and have this experience. And I was thinking about I would like to do something new, and everybody was doing like comics and scary creatures and manga and that kind of stuff. So I was like, okay, let me do some of that. I want to do that, and yeah, I wanted to yes, I wanted to expand my genres, not only in drawing, but also in reading, because I am stuck in classical literature. And I can't get out of that. I like it a lot. Somebody recently was talking about it, and I don't remember who, one of my friends, or or some podcast or whatever I was listening to, and they were talking about the very famous streamer PewDiePie. Yeah, I believe it was PewDiePie, and they told me that he started, or I learned that he started his book club, and I was like, what? Our streamers are going to do a book readings right now? That's awesome. I didn't know that there are people there. And then I went and I clicked, and I saw his the books that he wants to read for 2025, and it was mostly philosophy, which is interesting, because that's something that I really, really like. Not that I understand most of it, but I like to read it. And there was a lot of books that I either read myself, or I had to know because of the exams during the because believe it or not, there is a lot of philosophy in art schools. So, and I like philosophy myself, and sometimes maybe a little too much. And I was told multiple times that I am being philosophical about stuff that doesn't have to be, and I should probably stop. So anyway, I was listening to these young artists, and they were like doing all these kind of different drawings. So I felt like, okay, I have to show that I know how to do some crazy, scary, creative stuff as well, not these old boring, how do you call them, old boring paintings with figures walking somewhere, right? So I just wanted to do a it might be too much. I just wanted to do like a creature that is, and I was doing it the same technique that I had, like a charcoal, and I was just erasing and putting stuff in it, like a creature. And I hope that you start seeing it, hopefully, that it's peeking from behind the fence. On this little fella here, and I took a. I didn't know what to do with him. Like, what would he be doing? What would he be doing? So I gave him that, like the very scary reference from It movie. Kids were playing. So I drew a little. Like a paper boat. It was kind of fun. Oops. So I was just having fun, not knowing what to do. But then I realized, this is just too cheesy. It's just, it has been done so many times. But I was interested in something else. And then I was just, okay, well, this is a scary monster, but why would be, it doesn't need to be scary. So I made a smile on him, like so. So this was my composition for for them. So the monster is just having fun, like from Monsters Inc. And this is like a wall or fence or whatever. So I haven't done this, or this is not something that I would usually do. But it was just so relaxing. I was like, oh, this is going to be a nice monster. Just having fun, laughing here. Wanted to play as well. Because it's all cool. It's all good. Right? How cute. Yeah, how cute, right? So I was just like having fun. And they were just creating these dark, how do you say, like dark Barton-esque serious stuff, tortured artists and whatnot. So I hope that they are not going to be angry with me because I was just like really, the last couple hours I was just having really fun while they were stressing out, maybe a little too much. And I wanted to just have fun. So this is my new project I'm just gonna do. I'm just gonna work on these. And it was just random. And the whole time, I was thinking about, and you're not gonna believe me, I was thinking about Turner and his paintings, his watercolors. Let's just push it this way a little bit more. Right. Head is too big. And I don't know, I might have seen this somewhere because I'm not really that good when it comes to like a scary stuff. I need a larger brush. Now we're cooking. Right? So, and this is how I would really approach any type of even bigger brush. Boop. A little bit of perspective. So we have some idea about the size and the direction. So this would be like a wall right here. And I kind of, what you see right now, this would be exactly what I would do with charcoal, right? So it's just, I have a paper and I'm just throwing a charcoal on top of paper, and it's a vine charcoal, so it's very soft. And then I would come with eraser and I would erase into it. So let's say that it's like a, I don't know, you know, like a brick wall. So I would, you know, just erase like some areas here to make it look like it's a, and then I would just, you know, go over and change it a little bit to give it a little bit, you know, some kind of a shape. Right, and this is how I would doodle and have fun. The important part is right now, and I want to go back to a Pinterest is, because right now this is my this. Let me just grab it. Okay. So this would be right now my, let's centralize it. Okay, so this would be right now my sketch, and this is where Pinterest is going to happen a lot. So, and think about that. This is going to sound really weird, but let's go back to my Pinterest, the one that I just actually created. Right, there it is. And when I go back to my stuff, could it be here? No. See, I'm just already confused. Okay. What? No. Oh, it could be. All right. Now we get it. Check this out. Do you see how this guy's squatting right here? This particular guy? I can actually use it in that painting that I'm working on. So I would definitely, so let's do this. Let's do a save. No, I want to create a new one. What am I doing? What am I doing? Boards. Okay, I want create new board, and it's going to be project bed painting Friday. I'm gonna keep it secret because I want to, and it's created. Nice. Done. And in this bed painting Friday, I want save this into my bed painting Friday. And I'm gonna scroll, oh, this one, okay, perfect. This one can work as well, bed painting Friday. This one can work. Check this out, bed painting Friday. And I'm in the trouble. I'm in the trouble because I'm already on the path of just being here and doom scrolling till, you know, the end of the world. So I'm looking for this one might work. So I'm looking through these already existing positions, not because I want to copy the style, not because I want to copy their painting, not because I want to copy the someone else's composition. I just need to look through a similar positions to start my brain to thinking and turning and manipulating things back and forth, and then use that specific element in my own composition, because I created this before seeing these pictures. I just need to right now use them as a not need to. I want to use them as a reference because I do not want to reinvent the wheel. And human body can be drawn or bend into only a certain amount of positions. And the important part is the important part is what you're going to do next, or what else you're going to do with these positions. And this, you might find these little charts very beneficial, not necessarily for your painting, but for understanding of how the mass, for instance, this particular one. Let's look at this. This is actually helping me visualize the weight that I was talking about. It's, I'm not really interested in perfect anatomy. I'm interested in how weight and pressure and gravity actually works with the body to make it look kind of cool. So I would save this into my project bed painting Friday, because this is something that I'll need to examine a little bit more. And I will just go and search, for instance, this one. This is something that shows you with these lines how the form is turning. And I hope that this is not going to get, okay, I have to go away from this. But you got the picture, what I mean, because that's something that it's extremely important. When it comes to creating stuff out of the imagination, you should probably have not only photo references and copying these photo references, but being able to recall them from your memory. So it's just it works a little bit more. So the reason why I want to work from memory rather than just copying something else, because it helps my flow. And I'm not constrained by what I see, but what I want to draw or paint. So I would have this pin. I'm sorry. Let's go back. Where is my bed painting? There it is. So I would have these, and right now I would go back to a. Let's get back to a window capture. Yep. Cool. Let me move this here. So I would have some of these little sketches. So what I would do right now, when it comes to composition, so I would make this even bigger. centralize it for myself right now. And I have a composition right now. I like the composition. I am going to start working more on shapes that I like. Or I'm going to start designing these shapes more to what I like, and I'm going to help myself with the photo references that I just found on Pinterest. And it doesn't have to be a Pinterest; it could be any place. I can go even step further. No, can I usually go even step further, and I like to use mannequins in Blender because I can position them with the light and I can play with that as well. It's a three-dimensional, so I can rotate them, I can position them. That will be another step. But it might be a little too complicated, it might be a little too much. I don't think it might not be necessary, right? So let me just make a copy out of this. Duplicate layer. Copy layer 4, okay. Oh, not bad. So it's a little darker. Okay. So I'm just gonna go, oops. I'm just gonna go back to this, and I'm gonna grab my brush or my eraser, and the same thing that I would think about working with charcoal and a wine charcoal and eraser, I would do the same thing. I have a reference that I kind of like. So let's say that let me check this. Just a second, I'm just setting up something. How do I? Okay, I got it. So I would start thinking about, I'm sorry, I had to fix something. So I would start thinking about, oops. But before, let me just do this, a Command T. So I would start thinking about how this person can look, and maybe here I could go and sketch a couple more ideas. So like I mentioned, I had that. I'm trying to paint, but I keep on finding myself back on Pinterest. That's why I usually try to avoid it. Yeah, me too. And that's why I said that my process is extremely rudimentary, and it takes enormous amount of time, and it's not really what you want to do unless you are 100%. Like, unless you can control yourself. That's what I'm trying to say. So it would be just for me right now, it would be just a simple, let's call it doodling, right? So I would have like a head, and right now I would ask myself, where do I want that head to be positioned? And when I say where do I want it to be positioned, so just to give an example, or multiple examples, right? Do I want it to have it positioned this way so it's looking here. Do I want to have it positioned up? So it's looking that direction. Do I want it to look at me this way? Or I don't know, do I want it to have it completely up and there? Right, and this is where you start working with concrete stuff. So I choose, well, let's continue with working with the figure first. So, or let's pretend that, not even pretend. So this is a bad painting Friday. I don't need to pretend anything. So let's say that I want to choose like the very simple one. Let's do this one. Let's do this one, right? So in my Pinterest, I would right now go into Pinterest, and I would right now I have a library of, I don't know, like a 1,000 of portraits, and I would go into a Rembrandt portrait right now, because that's the way I like to paint. So I would first probably start looking in the Rembrandt's painting. Does he have a portrait where his head goes this way and has the shoulders like so? And I will be like, oh, I'm pretty sure that he has. if anybody, then he has to have this portrait, right? So, so I would start thinking, so that would be, it would be this way, and then looking at this area right here, the curvature, right? I would put it here, and this is where it's going to be standing. So what I'm doing right now here, I'm thinking more about him looking down. But then in these, I liked it. I'm looking also at that different different positions that I had with from Pinterest. So maybe I could use some of those. So it would be here, here, and then I should probably move this leg a little bit more. Yeah, a little bit more this way. These are the hands here and the hands here. And I'm slowly starting to think of what's happening here and maybe put it a little bit more into context here. Just a little bit. Let me just check if I have proportions right. Oh, not proportions, I'm sorry. The balance is correct, hopefully. So there's going to be 1 foot. And another one right here. Yeah, that seems right. That seems about right. Right, so I would start working on these. And since I have, and then there's going to be hands right here. Maybe a little bit more this way. Right? And right now I'm looking at this, and maybe it should really be more like to continue this kind of a shape right here. Maybe he should go a little bit more this way. And this is just having fun, and I like this very, very much. I used to be, I don't know, it's something a little bit more like freeing or refreshing. I don't even know how to say that. This might be a little too much of an angle, and it doesn't look very believable to me. Like it's like, oh, it's like, oh, a little too much. But it's okay, because this is just the first stage, and I'm asking myself, excuse me, I'm asking myself like whether or not this is going to work or it's not going to work. And I think it might. I think it might. Right? So I would have this first area, not necessarily figure it out, but at least like a little bit more. Maybe if I make it this little. And here, luckily, nothing is set in stone. I think that it should be a little bit more this way. Right? We push it even a little bit more out, so it's a little bit more this way. And again, I'm thinking about this is going to be straight right here on this side, and this one's going to be curved. This is going to be going this way, and then also within a figure, I'm trying to find something a little bit more interesting. Maybe a little lower. This hand right here. And since this is a Photoshop, I can just do whatever I want because I can always, and I don't use Control Z, as you can see. I'm just not used to it. I prefer to just erase a little bit to make it a little softer, and then maybe just like I said, Control Z is my worst enemy, my personal worst enemy. I'm really bad with that. Right, so it's right here, and then maybe just, yeah, let's try to do, let's erase this a little bit, right, to soften it. I think it's a good thing that you don't use a Control Z. I know that that's like a kind of a controversial thing with the Control Z. I know that, and we discussed this a little bit previously, but I'm interested in your take as well on that Control Z controversy. If it's a controversy, is it? Like, what do you think? What do you think? The only reason why I don't like Control Z, not that don't like, it's not that I sometimes I do Control Z because there's like I have some idea that I want to do, but never while I'm sketching. It just feels. I've seen some streamers who constantly use it into the point that they use it on every line till they get the perfect line. That's what drives me nuts. I prefer to avoid it if I can. Well, it's just well, when you think about it, and I think it comes out from that like feeling of that you have to have a control over certain things. And I'm not saying that it's bad. It's just I'm not worried about this stage at all. So I don't need to be. I'm losing because here is the thing. I can still decide, do I like, and let me just change the pigment, a color. Do I want this line to be the main one? Let me go here. Do I want this one to go, or do I want this one to go right here? I still have a choices, and I want to see these choices because then I want to compare it with, again, do I like this inside one? Do I like this one right here? Or do I like this one right here, right? So I have kind of I created myself an options within the options, inception, right? But important part for me is to be free. I kept this head right here. I should have erased it properly, but I don't need to because I lightly, and I would do this with my, I would do this on the paper because I don't have a Control Z, so I can't really. So I'm just gonna go here right now, and I'm gonna try to develop. Maybe put it. Okay, maybe I could have this. He still can be looking towards us, maybe on a slightly different angle. So maybe like this. Sorry. That's ear right here. Maybe like so. Maybe a little bit this way, and the nose. Sorry. And then this doesn't work to me because I don't feel the connection here. So the head should be a little higher here, right? So I'm gonna do. But then this looks too long, right? But I'm still searching. So I would go. I'm just like, okay, this is not working, and I would do this with a with every medium. Maybe I could push the shoulder a little bit more this way. Even with paint, you saw me this doing with paint, because it feels like right now that he's going to fall this one down right here. So it almost feels like it does not have the proper balance. It feels like. Well, I wouldn't be able to do this. So that let's leave it there. I'm pretty sure that there are people that are completely comfortable with these positions, but I wouldn't be able to do that. So maybe this way somehow. Nah, that's too bad as well. So, and I would just go through like different setups. So let me think. So anatomically, there is a neck and then back of the head, and then we're going front like so. Yeah. A little bit more here, and I need this little bit bigger right here. Right, and maybe hands a little bit more this direction. So I counterbalance it a little bit. Let me just clean this out because this one looks like a eyes right now. And maybe if he was looking this way, the direction, like so. No, not really. This is not the one that I look. And this is really, I'm having most fun with this. Maybe you could go even lower here. Yeah, that will be better. I felt like his torso is too short. And then legs. Doesn't really matter right now. I'll figure it out later. Maybe show a little less of this. Okay, now I have it here. I kind of like that, the first one most probably. So let's see. Yeah, this is the shape that I'm looking for. Yeah, way better. somewhere around there. But that's, that could be one variant. And right now, what I'm doing, what I'm thinking about, and I'm switching my gaze back and forth between these two, and trying to think that if he's going to fit there or not, right? And then let's maybe put a let's maybe finish it a little bit more, like when it comes to perspective, right? So we have something, and this, I don't know what the brush this is, but this looks like a ink, like that ink brush on top of that. On top of the toned paper, so I kind of like that. Maybe a little wider. And a little bit more here, this eye right here. Oops. And then that's going to be right here a little bit more. Yep. Yep. I'm trying to get that shape a little bit more. So if I went here and put the little lighter areas right here, yeah, that might work. And the bottom part right here. Maybe a little bit more this way. And a little thinner, I guess thinner would be nice. Just a little sliver. And then maybe make it a little under the angle, because it would look too generic. It's just, he didn't do a good job with this. He doesn't know how to do it properly. So he has a shorter area, and he has a bigger area right there. So like a weird one, right? And we can just do, I'm just trying to picture like so let's do he's a little confused. He's not sure if he wants to if he wants to do a flying or sailing, right? So he's just throwing whatever is there in his mind. So he's sending a plane to help, right? For example, I don't know. It's just I'm just having fun with these. What else can I do with paper? I'm thinking. I don't know. Let me just do this. Oops. So we made a one idea there, and we can start. So we have something is happening here. So it's kind of fun. So we have one area. This one, kind of figured it out. This one, that's what I mean. But it's not necessarily exactly what I want to have. So because it looked a little bit weird, maybe, and this is what I'm looking at. I like to have it, and I also did it here in the original sketch. Maybe having it this way. Legs, I mean, right? So he's sunk into them a little bit more. I don't know, do I have a reference on Pinterest like that? Doesn't seem like it. So this one probably I have to figure it out myself and slowly build it up. I don't know. Well, let's try to do that one. I didn't save that one. But we should also. I'm still working on my seascape piece. Remember, now I said I was painting thickly yesterday. Now I'm painting with the knife for the lower bottom, just because it's easier to apply, and I can add brush to it later. Awesome. That's Bad Painting Friday as it's supposed to be. So is it that? So are you still working on that competition landscape? That's what you're talking about? I hope that's the one we're talking about. Maybe a little bit more this way. A little bit higher up. Let me just. Command T, let me move it a little bit more here. So I have more space. And deselect. The different one, more forward fine art type for gallery because you need more pieces for the. Okay, so it's a different one. How did it? What was the? You said that it was the previous one that you worked on, the seascape, the fighting scene. Did that? You mentioned that it was a competition. Did you win that competition? You won the vote. Okay, congrats. Perfect. People liked it. Or awesome. That's awesome. I liked it too. I thought that it was really, really good. Impressive. It was really impressive. So what did you win? Oh, you won the crown, so you added your profile picture. That's cool. That's really cool. Well, now we're talking. So are you going to enter another competition? Well, I'm doodling. No, I want to keep my crown for a while. So is it like a um, how would I put this? Is it like you are like in the in uh, like in chess that you receive the title. Right now, you're crowned with the title, and you can keep it for yourself for a while. But then, isn't it like at one point, shouldn't you just be like, what if someone challenged you to it? Do you have to accept it, or you can be like, nah, I'm good? Let's make him a little. Well, I guess I have to accept it, but there's no rules to it. So technically, I can reject forever. That's awesome. So you're a forever master. No one can. You're untouchable. That's awesome. That's awesome. That is super cool. So maybe they're going to you gotta enjoy these moments for sure. But perhaps maybe they're going to change the rules on the server because of you. Right now I'm a king. I can do whatever I want. You guys cannot stop me. I like it. I like it. Sounds like a fun. So you're right now you are the goat. You are the goat right now. Server has to do something about it if they want to. If they want the crown back, you guys have to. You guys have to start draw better. That's my. Because it was really cool that little piece that you did. There's something that I am absolutely horrified to do: a water landscapes or seascapes, I shall say. It's just that would be a we should probably do sometimes the bad painting Friday seascape edition. That would be something to laugh about for sure for ages. For years to come. Maybe more this way. Maybe a larger brush will help right now. Okay, yes. So this could be all in the shadow. This could be all in the shadow. He's just a little too much, too like a top heavy. But that's okay because there's a knee right here. It's a heavy foreshortening. Still, I think that the shoulder should go higher. Oh, I like this a lot actually. The this random brush. I don't know where did I picked it up, but it looks like the ink. I wish I could only erase the same way. this might work as well. So I have another one, another version. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if I wanted to cry in the corner many times. Seascape people with armors, nighttime scene, and the rocks with keys, all my weakest spot. Oh, it was this the whole a setup given to you? What like a key things that it have to be included, or did you put yourself into this yourself? Was it your own doing? Like, sounds like a lot of elements. I don't know if I would be comfortable with such a large amount of how would I even say that? Such a large amount of elements. Same for nighttime scene. It was inspired by the Key Rock seascape thing I saw in my dream. Sometimes I get inspired by my dream, and I had to add it into my art one way or another. Oh, that's awesome. That's probably the best thing to do. I'm surprised. Not surprised. I envy you that you are able to do that, because I usually, not usually, most of the time I have the same dream, so it's kind of boring. And you know, like a night terrors or nightmares. But since I stopped eating pizza before sleep, it got better. I have to say, it got better. Okay, so this would be, but I need a little bit more of a hunch. I think that he's not hunching enough here, right? So that would be another version of that. And I know that I'm not like exactly, like it's not precise. So it's not exactly him, but it's giving me some kind of references that I can work with. Maybe you could just start doodling a little bit. Oops. Okay. Like, what about that monster? Like, how's that monster going to look? I don't know. Let's just throw a larger brush there. Maybe it's going to be like this here. Who knows? Maybe like this. I don't know. It wants to play as well, so. Oh, this is a scary monster. I can tell. because of the, and you see like the randomness of these shapes that just there is just, you can immediately do like, wow, and you have a scary monster right there. These right here are already, like, check this out. These are already, this is already almost like a hand right there sticking out. This looks like a hair on the top of this, or a hair or some kind of a weird tentacles, or like a, and then this is the shadow that goes down from it, right? So let's continue with this, like erasing kind of a thing. Whoa. Yep. I should probably open one of the references right now for the facial expressions and check out, you know, this is something that I envy to animators. Animators are really, really good with these things. I mean, ooh, excuse me, see, I'm sitting here and I'm not moving. And doodling. Yeah, animators are the ones that you know, like, work with these facial expressions, and they know the movements of the muscles in the face for different emotions. It's really, really cool to. I actually have a lot of like when you watch the animators videos and how they, you know, animate certain things. It's kind of cool. So this would be the happy monster. Let me change his smile a little bit. Let's make him smiling. Ta-da! Look at that smile. Unbelievable. Look how many teeth he has. Smiling. So happy. I'll give him a little bit eyes this way. Not caring for anything, just wants to play with those paper planes and paper boat. I like this monster, can we be friends? Sure, sure. He's a super friendly monster. It just looks weird. I should smile a little bit more. This is how bad I am at animating things. I think that if I push the corner of the eyes even more behind his head, it's just gonna smile a bit more. It has to be, right? And maybe I could create a hand, and he's also wants to, like, he's touching the little thing, the little paper plane. He has like a small finger right here. Ta-da! He doesn't want to eat you. He just want to play with the little thingies, with the little paper planes. think I should do it this way. He's going to be, okay, there's a, okay, I got it. I got the story right now. So this is what's happening. There's this little fella right here, and he wants to have fun with being outside. But the problem is that there's no rain. So these are just, sitting on the concrete. And the monster understands that, oh, this is a game. These are moving objects. They should move. So he's going to push it a little bit with his head. Ta-da. That's the story. So we already created the story. That's awesome. See? No biggie. So this is why this is so fun, because you just, you're just doodling. A little bit of teeth. He's a monster. He has to have teeth. He has to eat, something. I don't know what, but like broccoli. He's like a broccoli eating monster. He's just getting rid of broccoli, so we don't need to eat it. Right? Ta-da. So yeah, I know, I'm sorry, I was supposed to talk about the composition and stuff, but like I said, I don't really paint digitally that much, and this is so much fun. I'm getting lost into this doodling. So this could actually work, right? So what we could do is to command copy it's even darker. So I have I wanted okay. All right, so we have it there, so we could actually do this. I can make it smaller. Okay, we have another element of that composition. Ta-da. Right, and we can really get into putting it together. So what I would do next in this process to creating this and making it actually existing thing or thing that, composition, I would probably go and really model oops. I would model one of these, not one of these, but I would actually go and I would create more sketches. And I would be working only with the shapes, so this would be like another shape that I could use, or maybe there's even better. I'm trying to. Okay, this one. So he's on the knees like so, and this is where the head is. This could be another one. Right, and playing with it this way, but that's just a profile. So from the top view, I would have him something like this. There are knees right here, and I'm working strictly. I'm just with the shapes, which you can hardly consider this as a how would I put this? Hardly consider this to a it's no anatomy there. I'm thinking about the overall shape, the movement. Excuse me, and not even the movement. I'm thinking about a silhouette. Yeah, I'm thinking about the silhouette of that of the shape, and I'm looking here mostly. This is my primary reference right now, and something that could help to show that it's just like we're just having fun. So I'm thinking that there is that step, right? So this is a road. This is a curb right here, right? This is a curb, and this is a sidewalk, and there is a wall right here behind, and this is wall, right? So I have, and the reason why I'm thinking this way right now is because I really want to show, excuse me, I want to show depth. And I am with this first stage, or with this like kind of a sketch stage, I chose to work with linear perspective, right? So I'm quickly trying to establish this. And the reason why I want to do this, because I have to be, I want to be conscious about, that problem that I had also with previous painting and that arm, that it's going this direction and then it's going down and then it's going this way, right? For instance. So I have to, because what I want to do is he should be right here, and then it's curving towards here. So I'm thinking about him at this stage, like shape like this, for instance, right? And the reason why I'm thinking about him this way, there's multiple things. First, I can tell that this is a bottom, so it can be dark, and I can think about this as a dark shape. I can also extend the shadow in behind him, like so, and also on the wall, and create a shape on the wall. And it's helping me to think 2 and 3 dimensionally simultaneously, if that makes even sense. Right? Because you can think about this as a 2-dimensional shape. Right? And then this would be, this could be like a darker area right here. And then light area again. And then there's like there could be like a head right here, right? If you wish to choose so. And then maybe, you can even add, okay, so there's going to be, so like he might be like holding this way. And in that case, this whole part right here when it comes to shape, two-dimensional, right, would be like so. So I can get rid of these lines behind here, and suddenly, even though it seems like it's a three-dimensional, I can still think of this as two-dimensional shapes. And I'm asking myself if I like this as a composition. And I know that I talk about this a lot all the time, but this is basically what when you take this, let me just grab a larger brush so we can just boom. So this is nothing, just a really simple, just to, frame it, right? So this would be like a very simple, and then I can go, right? And let's say that this is a, and I would ask myself, do I like this as an abstract shape? And this is too boring, too, I don't know, right? So that's why this probably wouldn't work, but I could start adding things to it and thinking about it more like, okay, so maybe if I push it all the way up as I have right here in the sketch, it could go here. Then I can connect this way. Maybe this could go like it has a little bit of direction this way. Maybe I could push this. Maybe there would be something right here that would help. And then I might have some objects right here that would also have a little bit of importance, right? And I'm developing this again just like an abstract object. And I see that I made these two like really random, not, I wanted to make them randomly, but I spaced them equally because that's how my brain works, unfortunately. So it's kind of a weird process of thinking. And you can see like we have a bunch of these already, happening everywhere, right? And it's just, and I have so many that, I can continue working on. Remember, I have, a couple of these sketches. And that's why I when I said that I want to start painting more digitally, because I just want to develop quickly these ideas into sketches, and then I have something to really work with, even with my larger paintings. And when you think about that, these small little thumbnails, you can always refer back to them. And that's something that I was talking about previously when we discussed the fact that if you don't know, if you're not sure how far or what to paint, like I said, I don't really experience this that much anymore, because there is so many things, like so many files like this. And this is my setup when I'm creating. This is A4 size. That means that I can actually translate this into, or I can think about the same process, right? I have an A4, and I would be drawing this on a A4 sheet of paper. A4, A4, it's a, I don't know, is this a European thing, A4? Standardized size? It's slightly smaller than legal, I think, in US. If I'm not mistaken, it's like it's a standard size for the documents in Europe, for the copy machines or documents. Like when you're printing something, they're they don't even ask you, they're just going to go A4, or they ask you, do you want A4? And I think that the actual size is what, 21 by 29 or something like that. Let me check that. I'm not sure about that, by the way. Let me check that out. A4 size. So A4, it's 297. Okay, I'm talking about centimeters by 210. Okay, so it's almost, so you can think about this as a 21 by 30, right? So this sheet is like 21 by 30 or 21 by 29 by 7, which is a standard size for A4. So it doesn't have to be like a large file, and I have plenty of these A4s. And what I was thinking about lately, not lately, yesterday, when I was kind of thinking, what am I going to do? How am I going to describe you this mess? I was thinking that I'm going to start putting these into a PDF file. So I have like a, how would you call it? I would have a, like my own small library with, yeah, I believe that's EU thing. Yeah, I think the A4 it's an EU thing, but it's like a, but I think I saw it in the US when I was in the US, that you could, that they ask you, do you want a legal size? I think that they call it legal, right? For like a legal documents. So we have a, our standardized size, it's A4 for legal documents. I don't know. I don't know, who cares? It's just a number. But since you can buy this, the reason why I'm saying this, because you can get like the huge, like a box of these papers in the grocery store, like I said, and you forgot it was yeah, legal leather size or something. I don't know. I forgot. It has been a while since I lived in the US. Yeah, I think it's called legal. It's just, and same for me. It was what, almost 10 years. Oh, it is probably 10 years since it's gonna be in 2026. Since I've been there last time or lived there. And I remember it's when I was in like a, I don't want to name the name, but because I didn't have my own printer, in the printer store where you can print the stuff that you need. I think that they asked me like, what size do you want, legal? And I was like, yeah, legal. Might be, but I don't remember let me check that. 18 for you. Oh wow. Okay, so that's a while. That's a while. That's a while. I know this might be a personal question, but you don't need to answer if you don't want to. But because people asking me this all the time. What's the difference between US and EU? How would you describe the difference between Europe and EU? Europe and EU, United States and European Union? Like, what is the, indeed time flies. Yeah, 19 years, it's a lot. It's a lot. Or 18, I'm sorry, 18 years, it's a lot. See how it flies? I'm already adding more and more years to your time. I'm just wondering, because it's a constant question that asking me, like, you lived in the United States, why did you come back, and how did you like it? Is it bad? Is it good? Good question, right? Well, that's just that's one of those questions that you don't know how to answer. So I'm looking for some cheat code or shortcut to answer this. I don't know. I don't know. For me, the difference is that EU is probably more conscious of its history and space. You waste less food, but buy less food and so on, while US like to take over the space. Okay, I could see that. I could see that. But it's because, it's just that's because we don't have that much space. I think that's why that is. I mean, it's just um, some of the it's one of those things that like you would like to uh, have more space, but it's true that we're a little bit more conscious also about the food. But it might be also because it's expensive, isn't it? I don't know. I don't know how much a price of food and price of land has anything to do with the fact that we're a little bit more conscious about that. Because you have to really think twice if you want to buy something, especially in my country, because it's extremely expensive. Yeah, and you get a less yeah, 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 yeah. So I don't. This is something that I always struggled with how to answer this, because truth to be told, I had even though it was difficult in United States, I I learned a lot. So I haven't no grudges against the U.S. Well, same goes for St. Petersburg. You know, um, I'm actually going there as well right now to finish my diploma, or planning on. Hopefully, everything's gonna go smoothly. Let's see. But it's just it's the same thing. Um, I learned a lot there. I have to say that I learned a lot. So I remember last time I was at US, I got frustrated that I couldn't buy anything for myself because there are geared towards family. 1 gallon of milk. This was really difficult for me as well. Like, what am I going to do with 1 gallon of milk? I can't drink it. I'm gonna, I'm gonna, I'm gonna burst. But then, I was because like we talk about, you are conscious about spending not only money but also wasting of money, and then you think like, oh, I'm going to buy a liter, but it's just almost as expensive as a gallon. So you're like, okay, I might as well take a gallon. And it was like the weird conundrum that I'm not gonna. What am I going to? So it's just that's a really difficult. That's a really difficult part. And I remember then there is that the very famous big a store. Uh, 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 I'm not going to name it. And you have a card, and you go there because you're a member of that store, and you can buy things in bulk. And I went there, and buying things in bulk in the United States is just that's really you need SUV to to go to store. It's ridiculous. It's that's something that, yeah, I had to Your mom loves the store. Yeah, I love that store as well because you could buy everything there. But then you it's just a when you buy things in bulk in Europe, it's like a regular size in US, and then when you go to buy things in bulks, it's like these are really like a um, uh, but you can store. I don't mind that. I don't see there's nothing there's nothing wrong with it. It's just it was a different experience, and I was in awe when I saw that 24 24 avocados. She got them for me, thinking I'm eating them all with that narrow window. Yeah, because it really you're looking at it and you're thinking, oh, like I'm going to buy 3 avocados for the price of 24. I'm definitely going to buy 24. It makes sense. There is no brainer. There's math. It's not going to, the math is solid. Unfortunately, you realize that you really possibly can eat 2 or 3, and then rest is compost. Yeah, true. But I felt it was such a wasteful thing to do. They could feed it. They could feed that to third world countries, but that's just me. I mean, this is something. I think this has a lot to do when it comes to me um, with family. So, like my parents, my mom especially, she's very conscious about these things. So she never allowed us to do this. Um, um, and I would say that even in people in Slovakia are, I would say, resourceful, but it might be also because of the fact that you how would I even put this? It takes a while by the time things get to us, and we are not necessarily a market or interesting market for other stuff. Like, let's say, even for like a big companies, they don't really have a reason to, like we're talking about like things that, like, I don't want to say that it's a big problem, but it is. Right now, I am using uh, uh, a certain type of software. It's a very famous brand, um, uh, computer manufacturer, and just such a simple thing that I have my computer set in English, but when I want to type in Slovakian, I have, even though I try to change it, I still have to use. It's still giving me a English spell check, and when I went to I was looking if there's a store that I can go and they can help me with directly inside. We don't have a official store. We have only resellers, and they recommended me to call a call center. And it's just, these things are, once you get used to it, especially when we talk about the US, once you get used to a certain, I don't want to say you get lazy, but when you get used to the fact that you're gonna deal with some problem and you can actually fix it, um, um, not always. I'm not going to say that that's what always happens, but at least I think it's a little bit more I would say it's friendly than here. That's what I'm going to say. We still, I'm not that into um, like a really good customer service. And I know that in US there is a really bad customer service, but trust me, it's just sometimes I feel like here it's even worse. It's way worse. It's way worse. And another thing is that we don't have like a stuff like you get used to like these large platforms with overnight deliveries. And specifically for me, when you really want to get a certain stuff that you can't get anywhere else, it's difficult. It's difficult to get it, and it's not this difficult. You can get it, but then it costs a lot of money to get it here, to ship it to my country. So that kind of a bummer always, that you have to pay. Sometimes I have to pay more for delivery than for the actual product itself, which is crazy and wasteful in a way. So yeah, and you can go and buy it into a local store, but then it's like a 5 times more expensive. But these are like these little things that that kind of I don't want to say that bothers me, but they're complicating stuff. Like especially like let's say for I don't know, like when these like let's say that you have some kind of you're used to your streaming service, right? It's difficult to stream full content without VPN. So you have to pay extra for VPN, right? If you want to stream everything as it's supposed to be, because then you have like restrictions, which I understand because it is all about licenses and so on and so forth. But it's frustrating then, and especially when you get used to it, that you know that it exists, you know that it's possible, but somehow it doesn't work here, right? So these are like a little things that kind of bothers me. Other thing that I miss. Yeah, these are regional restrictions. Yeah, these are definitely regional restrictions, and has nothing to do. Like I'm not saying that it is a problem when it comes to that in general. It's just when you get used to it, it's really, really, really annoying not having it, right? It's just. It's something that kind of bothers me. And then for instance, and I know this is really stupid. This is really, I shouldn't even say that. It's a first world problems. In my city, like where I live, after 10 p.m. if you, well, 10, that's, yeah, after 10 p.m. there is nothing that it's open when you can get, and when you can go and get something to eat. So if you work, like during the evenings, right? Because I have some work that it's international, and then I'm hungry, and I didn't prepare for this, and I don't have food at home. I'm just, it's just, you can go to a gas station probably, so I don't, they're not really conveniently placed, if you know what I mean. So that's just that's something. Same in Netherlands, yeah. That's and like I said, this is really a first world problem. But in US, there was, I'm hungry. I just, I was just from like you could choose from a food delivery. You could just go outside and go into you know, on every corner there is a store that you can buy at least something. Nothing here. So more like this, you know, like I said, first world people problem. So those are little things that kind of that I miss. And it's also because I live in a small city. Like what I can say that it used to be worse. Like they close at 1800 or 6 p.m. Luckily they changed to 22, but it's also because I live in a small town. Yeah, it's easier in US. Yeah, it's this is definitely easier, and so these are like a little things that I'm missing. And also, since this is a very small city, and when I say small, I mean like 45,000 people lives here. It's like a really small city. So also choices are limited when it comes to, you know, like even a food. When you want to go to a restaurant, or like we have like 15 of them. And then we have also like the ones that are open during the lunch, but they are not usually open during the evenings. So that's another thing that is it can get repetitive pretty easier. Okay, so 7. Okay, 8,000. That's just no wonder it's boring like heck here. Yeah. So these are the little things that, you know, I know that it's just like I said, first world people problem. But when you are, you know, yearning for a going outside and having fun, that ain't happening. Ain't happening. I'm working on this another composition which I want to explore. This is more like a Andrew Wyatt slash Odd Nerdrum. Oh. Let's put it here. So I have a multiple of these little sketches, and I like to do them more and more these days because they are pretty fun. Maybe I could do something a little bit more vertical this time. And, you know, I was talking about that rudimentary approach. This is it. It's just, I would be sitting and doing these. And forgetting what time it is and forgetting that I'm supposed to do other work and so on and so forth. Like today, I'm supposed to, you know, work on that, finishing that painting and do a little, not a little, work on that. I'm thinking like this is how bad it is for me when I'm thinking with that kind of a mindset that I'm in a drawing mode. I can't really speak English. My apologies. Interesting composition, by the way. Oh, you mean the little one? Yeah, that's something that I was working for a while in my head. It was kind of sitting there, and I wasn't sure. And it's just that's my another project, and it kind of resurfaced lately, and also because of those exams. It resurfaced because they were asking me. There was like a one-on-one, not one-on-one. There was like a group of people. It was like a committee, and you showed your work, and they were like, asking you questions about what you do and why you're doing it, and so on and so forth. And it was like an interview. It was like a committee of like professors and other like a dean and whatever, like people from some official painters, established painters, alumni, whatever. That doesn't matter. But a bunch of people, and they were asking me like what I want to do. And there is one important question, and there's something to think about in your work as well. They ask me, why do I use? Let me try to figure it out, because it was in Slovakian language, and they asked me, why did you choose to, or why do you use form of expression of 19th century in 21st century? And I should have probably asked what they mean by that. And I think I got defensive. I don't even know why. Who cares? But I think I got defensive. Maybe because the way how was it asked, like the way and the feeling from that question, it was like a judgmental. That's what I thought, and I don't think it's true. I think it's more in my head. But I had like a real, I went into defensive mode. I don't even know why. And I was thinking that why do I use or is this what I do, or is figurative painting, or like realism, or I'm not even realism. I'm more like a romanticism, if anything, which is even older, 18th, 17th century, or impressionism, even more. Like I'm somewhere in that category of realism slash impression, like like Frankenstein, like butchered stuff. And I was like I said, I was defensive, but not for the sake of like I wanna argue with somebody. I was not ready for that question. I didn't know if it's even a valid question to ask me that. But this might be something you might want to think about, or and help me with. Do you think that figurative painting it's just or classical figure? It's a language of 19th century, and maybe we should move forward with it. And if it's so, is it like so if that's true, and if I play with if I agree with a statement, or for sake of the argument, let's say that I agree with that statement, what would be the way of expressing for us right now in 21st century. That really, and this is something that it's just preoccupying my head right now, because more I think about it, the more interesting it sounds. So yeah. I'm going to get a warm tea. I'll be right back. So I left you. I know I left you like with this open topic, but I promise if you write something, I'm gonna read it and make sure that we discuss this a little bit more, because that's probably like the painting discourse kind of a thing. So yeah, give me a second. I'll be right back. Where do I have a? Be right back. All right, I am back. Um, Sorry for taking a little longer break, but I spilled water all over the place. As you might know me, if there's no problem with camera, I have to create some other problems. Maybe kick it into a stand or disconnected it. I don't know. It's just it's what's up. So anyway, I'm not sure what to say. You brought up a good topic to think about and have never really thought about it. Yeah, and for those of you who just chiming in, this is a creative discourse, bed painting Friday. Um, Philosophy edition, you might call it, and we're talking about the fact that am I using a language of 19th century to describe something that's not something that is it doesn't it well I'm trying to really think and translate it genuinely into English. And honestly, with all that nuance that that question had, it was really loaded question, and I don't know if that person was prepared for me to ask me that, or it was a professor, older one, and yeah, huh. I was thinking the stream was going to break the record today. What do you mean with the record? What record of being the longest? Yeah, it could be. It could be. Or you think you mean the record that nothing is going to break? Because if you think that nothing's going to break or go wrong, you're in the wrong stream. I'm telling you that right now. That's wrong stream. That's definitely wrong stream. Um, but it's getting really cold here. It's just it's the only minus to this. But I like I said, I am enjoying this sketching a lot and developing these ideas. And maybe another thing that kind of nothing goes wrong. Well, no, that record, there is no charts for how many things are getting wrong while I stream. But what I realized is that yes, when I look around, even in my studio, a lot of work that I produce was somehow linked to figures specifically, which is not bad. I'm not saying that I'm going to stop painting figures, but I would like to put them into a little bit more of a perhaps contemporary setup. I don't even know. It doesn't need to be contemporary, but maybe reflecting a well, I don't even know, because when you think about most of my work, it has one way or another something to do with what or reflecting stuff that's happening right now, whether it's positive or negative. So it's hard to say. But it was kind of it was a really interesting question. It was very well aimed, I would say, and it caught me off guard. So that's why these kind of more like an existential painting resurfaced in my brain. And it's not that they were not there. I was just not really paying attention to them as much. So yeah. Maybe like so. Isn't contemporary usually more colorful and cheerful, a bit of abstract to it as well? Well, it's hard to say. Depends on what you. Actually, that's another good question. What do you consider contemporary painting? That's something that, is it because there are like a different ideas about the, not even the different ideas. There are and I mentioned this as well multiple times, that it feels, especially here, uh, uh, not here, especially right now, that there is way more artists than people I don't want to say that people need, but what I'm trying to say, and like I said, we talked about this multiple times, that there is more artists here. It's like a high saturation almost, and not enough people to come to see art. And then another thing is that really coming to a gallery opening is like, you really have to make an effort. And I feel like people don't want to make an effort anymore. It's still hot. That's the thing. I have a hard time figuring out. One book I read said that it's usually include hierarchy, background, more colorful, while old-fashioned paintings usually has dark background. I don't. I don't think that impressionists would agree with this. And impressionism, it's what it's a 19th century. So I think that I can't really agree with that statement, only because of the existing paintings. I should have asked him that what does he mean by that? That would be probably a little bit more. This book focused on still life setup, so yeah, I don't think it applies to everything. I'm not saying that it's wrong. I'm just based on my library and the things that I'm recalling from my memory. I have a hard time to make this division exactly. It's almost like we have that, everything went smooth. I would say not smooth, but you know what I mean. We have a nice progression. So let's say Renaissance slowly merged to Baroque, and it took not a week, but it was what, 100 years, maybe even more, while we can start actually, like really say, okay, this is Baroque right now. And it was just, these were pretty determined divisions by historians, right? And then suddenly after Impressionism, it was all over the place, all over the place. You have immediately post-Impressionism. For me, a definition of contemporary is confusing. Maybe I haven't found one that makes sense. Yeah, maybe that's what contemporary means. It doesn't make sense. I don't know. I don't think that it has necessary a one definition. That's what I was trying to say, is that after Impressionism, you have a multiple different directions spreading. You have an abstract, you have not abstract necessarily immediately, but you have after Impressionism, you have a post-Impressionism, and simultaneously it goes like Cubism, Fauvism, Dadaism, and it goes Futurism, Constructivism, and it suddenly it feels like, you know, it's like that beautiful trunk that is just slowly growing in you know, when we think about tree, and then suddenly bam, and there's like branches, and it's everywhere, all over the place. So it's hard to say one definition, because would you, well, this is maybe another thing to think about. Would you consider street art part of the art, contemporary art? Right? So I don't know, are graffiti art? Can we say that performance art is art? I don't know. And when I'm talking about performance art, I mean, you know, what's the famous she was shooting into canvas with a gun. I don't remember her name. It's like a famous artist, right? It was like a, so I don't know. It's just I don't want to bring this stream down to a halt. But that was something that really kind of it was kind of interesting. And I don't even think that he thought that it's going to have such an impact on me. And not even impact, that I'm going to spend so much time thinking about it, rather. It's just happened. And it's cool. I'm enjoying it. It's just I was not ready for that. To answer that question, and it's kind of interesting to see or hear or read your opinion about that. And it's something that I want to write as well myself a little bit. If I find the time, maybe I'll have a little bit more time these days to sit down and write a little bit, because I miss writing. Not that I'm good at it. It's writing for myself. I don't think I'm ever going to post it, or maybe I will. I don't know. Who cares? You know, we can have a bad painting. We can have a bad writing Friday. Who cares? Nobody cares. We already created a Frankenstein painting. We have a really bad acrylic paintings, digital paintings as well. So. What actually, to be a little bit more specific, what struck me the most was that he didn't ask about, he was talking specifically about tools. Why do I use tools of 19th century in 21st century? Crazy how much it is stuck in my head, and I can't really get it out. But it's good. And these are the things that they should help with creating a composition. There's one more thing that I forgot to mention when it comes to composition, and that I also use, and it was a second part. I just got into doodling. I'm sorry. Where's my? Okay, there it is. I got into. Where are you? Okay. There we go. Just a second. I'm just going to. So another thing that you remember, I mentioned then that I was talking about the fact that I have Well, actually, you asked me about the composition that I have these pins all over the place. There is a bunch of pins, and I don't know of what to do, and it's like a never-ending story, never being able to finish it. And then it's confusing because it's all the things. I use I think it's still for free, and the app it's called, and I'm pretty sure that I mentioned it multiple times. It's called Pure Ref. Let me just put it there in the chat. Pure Ref. This is a app or software rather that I use as a secondary tool. So it would start with it would start with Pinterest. Oops. Let me do it with blue. So I would have a Pinterest. Did I spell it correctly? I hope I did. Yeah, I did. So I would start with this, and there would be like hours upon hours of just scrolling through. And then I would have these boards. Maybe I should choose a different brush, not this one. It's kind of annoying. Yeah, cool. So I will have these board. Okay, not really the. Let me zoom in. Then I would have these boards. And I would have, I don't know, like, let's say that it would be like 100 plus pics there. And you asked me, and we were talking about the fact that, you know, I can't really find what I need. So this first thing with Pinterest would be more like a brainstorming, or BS for short. And then it would be like concepts, right? It would be like a concept. And then from there, I would switch to Pure Ref. Pure Ref, which is a app or software, rather, that you can download. I believe it's still for free. And I would plug a pictures. Oh, let me just do it. I would then, from Pinterest, or from the board, from these 100 plus, I would go and select ones that are in a pure, that's going to be in a Pure Ref, and I'm going to do something that's called, I believe, mood board. And that I would use as my reference. And speaking about a Pure Ref, it's just a simple software that I can go into my folder, let's say, and I need this picture right here to be part of a excuse me, to be part of my composition, let's say for this particular composition that I'm working on. So I would simply drag any picture and just put it there. As simple as that, from anywhere. You can drag it from Google, from anywhere. Whatever is like a picture that you can drag, you can get it. And you can then organize these as you please, right? And it could be, I don't know, you're gonna choose a different one. So maybe you need a person that is standing, right? So the same thing, I'm just dragging a picture and I'm putting it there, and I can organize them however I want. And that's all what this thing does. Simple as that. That's the main prior, or the main function. And I would go. This is I'm just going through a random drawings. This is a great drawing. I mean, this is old school Russian drawings from the academy, actually. From the academy. So I would grab this and use it as a reference, so I have something to work with. And the cool thing about this is that it has a different functions, but this can stay still. No, this can always stay on top of any open window that you have. Right now, I don't have it set it up that way because I'm working with it, but then I can go into a settings, and I can just make it always on the top of every window. So I can have this open together for the Photoshop, and it's going to be not part of the, when I click on the Photoshop, it's not going to disappear. It's still going to be on the top. It's always the top layer, if you have a multiple windows open. So I would create these boards, and you don't need to use this. If you don't want to, you can do it in any other software. You can do it in Blocknote if you want to, but then you have to directly download the image, and then you have to port the image into there. And here I can just go. I see this image, I like it, and I'm just going to move it and put it there, and there it is. That's it. I can then manipulate it. I can make it bigger, obviously, right? And how I approach this is that I would simply work. Let's say that I would have my sketch in the middle, and that's how I would do it. And I would create different branches. So let me maybe switch to a Photoshop right now and show you what I mean. So let's get rid of this. Okay, yep, new this. So I would have this is my pure ref window. Pure ref window, and in the middle right here I would have my sketch, and then I would have these different branches, and you can do however many you need or you want, and it would have, or I would, like I'm pointing it, but so you see it's like a visual, a little bit more pleasing, not pleasing, a little easier to understand. And I would have like pictures of a certain category here, right? And I would also organize them in the way that I need them. That means that maybe the main one, like let's say that this is going to be a anatomy. Right? So this is going to be anatomy, and I would have, let's say, figure right here, right? And then this would be like a head and the head position. Here I would have like arm maybe, right? Here I would have legs on this side, one left side, right side, And here I might have a torso, right, and the position for torso. This small one might be, I don't know, like a little detail, let's say like some kind of a muscle on the neck, and I would continue filling this up. Another one could be color, and I would have a main color scheme, and then I would have an example of other paintings around related to that. And it could be, again, excuse me, it could be a color harmony on this side, right? So color harmony on this side. It could be a edges. Here could be, I don't know, palette. And you know, you can do whatever you want with the color. And here I would have a painting that I really like of something with color, right? Let's say. Then you can go further. We have anatomy, and here you can have another part, or I usually have that, and this would be like a concept, let's say, right? So I would have like some kind of a concept art, something weird that I like, and it could help. And you can just go around and fill how many of these little small ones you want. That's something that helped me to kind of organize my thoughts. The only thing that I'm missing here would be then actual text. But what would I do? I would create like a A4, as we talked about, this standardized size of a text. And I usually right now, not usually, right now, since I use a digital medium, I make my notes digitally, but with the pen. So I would open the A4 in the Photoshop, and I would just write like on the A4 size sheet. And then I would put this one right here into it. So, and here I have information about what do I want to paint, and what are the main ideas. So I have always something to refer to, and it would be like, maybe I should point out that A4 is in the middle here as well, right? It works together. This is not always present, the A4 sheet, because sometimes, not sometimes, you might see me right now even multiple times when I'm thinking compositionally with pictures. It's difficult for me then go back to language. Not difficult. It takes me a while to put together a sentence that makes sense and has, you know, an explaining of what's happening or what I'm seeing in my head. So that will be something that that might be counterproductive later on if you become so invested in thinking through images rather than just a language. Because I think that's, and not I think, I kind of experienced that right now when I was during the exams. That's what I'm trying to say. And so during the exams, I saw a topic. They posted a topic for the composition. So we had like a first day was test and drawing from life and painting from life. Excuse me. So these were more about, these exams were more about PureRef. I use it all the time. Yeah, PureRef is pretty cool. I like it. I like it very much, and I like it. Is it still for free? I believe it's still for free, so it shouldn't be a problem to get it for anyone who's interested in this and experiment. Just make sure. My advice to you: before you get extreme headaches, read instructions. And I'm sorry for delayed reply, got 100% zoom. No, that's perfect. If you got 100% zoom into your painting, don't even reply. I'm just gonna talk, and stuff that you find interesting, you use. And the stuff that is just the fillers, just ignore that. So coming back to that text and A4. So the first part was showing a skill, actual skill, like can you draw a human portrait, and can you paint a still life? And the second part, another day, was about your creative approach. So they came to the atelier. We were divided into different studios, different ateliers. We had our easel. Everybody had an easel, and they gave us the papers with stamps, issued by a school, so you don't bring already prepared stuff. And they posted again A4 text, which was your instructions and the topic. And the problem with this is that I realized amongst especially younger artists, just the literal meaning immediately, literal meaning. And the reason why I'm mentioning this is that if you are so accustomed to use text in your life, as if all of us we are, you're going to have a hard time to translate that text into an image in your head and then translate that image onto canvas. And I know I'm repeating myself, but I think this is something that this was a missing link for me when I was at their stage. And nobody told me that, hey, wait, you are making a disservice to yourself if you want to jump from text to painting immediately. It's difficult. I think it's difficult. So what happens to me, it was from text to image in my head, and then from there I went to painting. And then if you are doing this enough, you don't need that much text anymore, and you're gonna go through images immediately towards the painting. And I think this was very difficult for me to understand, a couple years ago. Even to this day, I have a difficulty with this, but it got significantly better. And that's why, and we can track back to, and go through my sketchbooks one day, and you can see how much I'm struggling with coming up with these little sketches and little thumbnails, because I was thinking in terms of text. And that is it's like, imagine that like you're supposed to write an idea into such a small piece of paper. So this is like A, and then you're gonna go B, and you ran out of space. So immediately, what you're gonna do? Oh, I'm gonna make it bigger, and bigger, and bigger. And that's why even the students, and not even students, that's why when I look back to my work, I can see this this going from like I couldn't understand the meaning of this little sketch, a little thumbnail. I just couldn't. I simply couldn't. And the reason is because I was thinking literally in, oh, how am I going to write all the alphabet here into such a small space? I need a bigger sketch. The problem with the bigger sketch is you have a more text and you have a more information that you need, and it's way difficult to find the mistake, and it's way more difficult to correct it then, right? And it goes to the fact that we talked about that control Z kind of a I have it finally. It's just it's destroying the flow of your thought. I think it's destroying the flow. Let that line be there. Okay, it's fine. No one's going to see it. It's okay. It's fine. You can always soften the layers if you're working with digital medium, because moving from a digital medium towards the painting or classical into a classical approach, it's gonna get you into enormous amount of pain and pressure, because there is no control Z. You will never be able to, like, once you place this line on the paper with the pencil, and no matter how light it is, it's always going to be there. And you have to be able to understand that it's there, and it's okay if it's there. Same goes for these small thumbnails. Going from a small thumbnail, like thumbnail number 1, and this larger one, which is what, 5 times bigger, 6, maybe 7 times bigger, it's that you're going to start writing an essay, and you're going to be, oh, I need an introduction, I need a hook, then I need I need a body of work, I need another paragraph, and you're just going to go into this structure, and instead of throwing ideas on the paper, you're going to start with the text. Let's say, I don't know, like if you're writing once upon a time, right? So you're going to start once upon a time, and you're going to check and correct your mistakes and spellings. And that's exactly the same motion. So I did the line, I started, oh, wait, it's not the right line. So I'm going to do this. And what is happening is that you are, and again, I'm telling this from a point of view of someone who experienced this particular problem. If you don't suffer with the problems with the thumbnails, this has nothing to do with you. It's okay. You're already past that. But if you have a problem with the thumbnails and you don't see the reason for making the thumbnails, this might be one of the things that you're struggling with. That and it doesn't need to be this problem. This is my particular problem, and that's why I feel the need to talk about this. So when you're doing this, with your creative process, instead of, and I'm just going to do this with a red and slightly bigger. So instead of continuing and flowing and having fun with whatever you want through the process and imagination and whatever it's going to, like, you're going to go here, you're going to go, then you're going to go here, and you might go here, and all this, it's not going to happen because you do. And you can tell immediately that this does not have a flow. And similarly, and I don't know if this makes sense to to anyone except me, because I went through the process, and I kind of deconstructed it back for myself, because I was like, why couldn't I get this? Why am I figuring this out right now and not 10 years ago? Because you cannot deconstruct nothing. You know, you cannot simplify something that it's that doesn't exist. Right? So um, letting it flow, it's such an important thing when you are composing, um, and not being afraid to just really doodle. And when I say doodle, it's not just I'm just going to because they told me, and I trust me. I did a lot of portfolio reviews. Now let me take you back. Let me backtrack that. I've seen plenty of sketchbooks, whether were people on Comic-Con, WonderCon, or just going through the sketchbooks with friends, forced, or classmates, forced thumbnails, including my sketchbooks. I'm including myself as well. Forced thumbnails. What do I mean by forced thumbnail? It means that the assignment was bring me 15 thumbnails on the topic, I don't know, happiness. I'm just, I don't know. I'm just looking at him being happy, so it's a happiness, right? And you could see the pressure of students day before, like that class or that how would you call it, that portfolio review, like adding more and more thumbnails, like really creating really stupendous, and I'm talking about myself as well. I'm including myself in that group. Just sitting and trying to forcefully come up with another thumbnail. I don't think it's. I don't think it would be. I don't think it's helpful. I don't think it's beneficial. And it's going to stress you out even more. So making a thumbnails should be kind of a natural thing to do. And I know that it's easier said than done, but it is possible. Not only is it possible, at one point it's going to be fun. And even on, not, I don't want to say the stupid ones, but the crazy ones like this, it was just pure. It's a combination of me being there with a student, watching a couple cartoons or TV shows, if you wish to. I'm not really into manga or anime that much. Or actually, I thought that I'm not, but I am. There are plenty of cartoons that I really like, and I shouldn't call them cartoons. It's anime, and I was watching a TV show, and it was still in my head. I was just even thinking about that, going to that exam. And then I saw the students around, and then in combination with William Turner, a famous British painter, somehow I felt, and you can see that swoop right here. That's something that he used in his compositions a lot. You can see it especially with like a mountains, and then there is a rain pouring down, right? And these are really awesome representations of like abstract painting being recognized, or not. How would I put this? That's a I'm talking about Turner right now. It's an, and you can put Andrew Wyeth into it as well. So it's like a, so it's abstract painting that resembles reality. I don't know how else to put it. That's how I think about it. That's how I see it when I'm looking at that. And more I look at Andrew Wyeth especially, and Turner as well, and other painters. We can talk about Nikolai Feshen and Rembrandt. More I see abstract painting. So coming back to that idea of and like I'm circling back to that question about do I express myself with tools of 19th century? I think that they were very much aware of these abstract concepts. They were just dressing them up. I don't know how to say it, like giving them, I don't know, trying to find a appropriate. Excuse me. Trying to find appropriate metaphor for that, but nothing comes to my mind right now. So yeah, that would be. So it starts with browsing through the Pinterest, then it goes to creating these boards, and then from creating the boards, I move slowly towards selecting references that I need for my sketch through the PureRef, and then I use PureRef as my reference because there's already organized there. And it's not always that I have my PureRef ready and then I go and use that as my only source. I can still revisit that and move things around, and it happens to me multiple times. Only because through that process of exploration, through the journey with that painting, and you could see this with my previous streams or videos. You can see it for yourself. It should be all on YouTube. How many times I changed the concept. And not how many times I changed or adjusted certain design elements. But in general, like this motion would stay all the time there. So that would be like a rough sketch. Only sad thing about PureRef is that doesn't have support for iPad. That would be neat. I know, man. That's so annoying. It doesn't support. It does not have a support. It's no app for iPad. I know. And do you know what I do? In this particular case, I use my iPad as a secondary screen. That's what I do. I use it as a secondary screen, and I just drag PureRef into that. So that's why sometimes you see me coming back and forth between things and setting it up, because it's not always want to work. Yeah, the only problem is that if you have your camera connected wirelessly to your small Mac Mini, and then you have your iPad connected to it, then it just it's not ideal. That's what I'm trying to say. So you might run into, in theory, it works awesome. Very rarely it works all together. That's what I have to say. But I use iPad as a secondary monitor. But you have to be careful because I had older computer and it did not support it, that function. I think it's a computer's. I think it started in 2016 or 17, somewhere around that time. So older machines are not going to support that as a secondary display. They cannot recognize it. I think that's what they told me, because I had like a 2015 computer, and there's like no. So yeah, let's continue drawing. Let me just let me develop that a sketch a little bit more. Windows and iPad aren't that friendly, and I didn't feel like going extra loop to get it work, so I don't do it. Yeah, yeah, I know what you feel, how you feel, and what are you going through, because I have a Windows computer and I have iPad, and it's extremely difficult. I learned it the hard way that if I make a USB key in Windows, it's just not going to read on Mac OS, and I have to partition it properly, which was kind of annoying if you know what I mean. I paint next to my PC always, so I'll be fine. Yeah, that's a good way to think about it. But then I am. Um, um, I don't want to say I spilled stuff on my computer, but I, like when I paint and I do these brush strokes, so it's just going like all over the place, and it's all over the keyboard and the screen, and then you can, you're gonna damage it. Not necessarily, but it might happen. And iPad has or tablet in general, you can, it's in the case, and I have a filter, not filter, I have a screen protector on the top, so it's a little bit easier for me until I decide to paint big. Then I'll need a proper studio. Yeah, I'm just saying that these are the things that happen to me. So I don't want to spill, or I don't want to paint, and then I realize when I'm done and the screen just shuts down, or it goes into sleep mode, and then you see like a splashes of dots and spots of all kinds of liquids on your computer, and you're like, okay, all right, so you shouldn't, and I use all kinds of mineral spirits and um, white spirit and Gamsol and varnishes and so on and so forth. So you don't really, that's not really something that screen likes. Yeah, you have to clean your monitor regularly. Yeah. And with iPad, like I said, I have that protective screen there. It's not ideal, but it's easier for me to I can just peel it away and put the new one. So it's a little bit more. It's a little safer for me, especially. It worked a little better. But that's just me being a clumsy, and I know that about myself, so I have to be like really, really careful. looking for a little bit more. I'm looking for some other, like if I also want to continue sketching, but I'm also thinking, and I'm browsing and going through my computer, like what else I do to work on this. Like what are the other things in my workflow that could be beneficial? I don't see anything else. Well, I have some of these boards that I have could be like ornaments or I don't know, like I have a hands, I have feet, I have portraits, I have a portrait painting, a portrait drawing, and that's basically how I and then all of this, it's like a digital portrait painting, digital portrait drawing, if it's a black and white monochromatic, and so on and so forth. And then I have compositional components, and then I go into project. I don't know, like I was painting the night, so that's a project night. Then I have a project traditional folk musician, right? I have a project Cyril and Methodius, and I had to separate because right now I have a central frame or central fragment, and I have a left and right, so I have to separate them into different boards to make it a little bit more, how would I even put this, readable, because I was just scrolling endlessly and I was jumping from one another, and it wasn't really working very well for me. So it was kind of I don't want to say it was annoying, but it was it was taking too much time and energy and attention, and that time I could actually use a little bit more for painting. So that's the only reason why I did it. It's just, pure. So that's probably it. I don't know if I have anything else. I don't think I do. Thinking. Probably not. This is the whole process. So I don't think I can add anything to it. But then of course, if you go a little bit more, then I would probably not. I would then have a life model or life models. Work with life models for a while from life, step by step or one by one, and I would do like, let's say that you have like 5 figures. So I wouldn't call and ask 5 different models for that because that would be expensive. I would have like, let's say I have 5 figures, right? So I have 5 figures. So what I would do, I would have one person to do all the poses for them and the portrait. And then I would only just get portraits. Because for certain poses, you need a little better, a little more athletic model, and they tend to cost a little bit more because they know their qualities, right? So if you have like especially when you're asking like for a standing pose and in some kind of like a diagonal, or it's holding something, it's a little bit more challenging to hold that pose properly. But again, it would be for me after I have some idea what I'm going to draw, and then I would I would ask for specifics. So it would be a little bit more into detail, something that I cannot really figure it out myself, and I probably have to do it with that big painting. But there's going to be, like I said, I'm trying to. What's the proper word today that people use? I'm trying to optimize my resources, and that's why I can't have all the models here at this time. But ideal scenario would be this, and absolute ideal scenario would be having all the figures here at once with the costumes. If you really want to go into that kind of a classical 19th century, which I'm not really into that much. Like I said, I use the tools of 19th century, and that might be that's already questionable. And it's not questionable. I'm questioning it myself. So let me work a little bit more on that sketch, a little bit more like a Andrew White-esque. That's even a word. I don't think it is, though. Oh, I wanted to do more like a vertical thing. And I can always change it. It's just to give me a slightly different perspective. This is not. Maybe it could be this way. It could be like this. Maybe it could be like this. Yeah. I'm looking for different shapes. This could work as well, actually. Okay, I had to take a picture of my WIP painting. Sorry if I missed anything significant. No, it's all good. It's all good. There's nothing significant happening here. It's just me complaining about stuff. No, I'm not complaining. I'm just having fun. What is happening? I'm experimenting with the different shapes, and like I said, I had a couple ideas about another project that I want to work on, and since today is a bed painting Friday, I'm just, having fun with it. Ooh, it would be probably would be better like this, like so. Yeah. So I could move this lower. Like, yep. That's better. That's better. So it would be more here. Like so. Yep. This might be a little too far out. I want it to be this way. Yep. Just a little bit. I'm playing with the shapes a little bit. I don't know if this is going to work, but I want to try it anyway. And then maybe next time we can work on like a little color study with acrylics, just to throw pigments around, just to have fun. I think it needs a little bit more of an angle. Angle right here, yeah. Yep. A little bit more here, a little bit more dynamic. Diagonal shape. What if I connect this together and this is going to be darker value? I have to be careful so it's not, like so it's not in the middle again, the horizon line. Oh, it's getting late. So maybe I should probably start thinking about the figure a little bit more. So let me move it somewhere here. And I'm thinking about like somewhere here. Do I have any reference for this? I don't think I do. I was just browsing and I saw, what if this would be, there's a figure here. Like so, that it has a little bit of wind in it. So it's a little bit more dynamic. But then it's going to look like a, well, that's not bad actually. Then it might be, let me do both versions. It's not bad. Or it could be the other way around. Right now I'm just playing with like a um, I'm playing with a designing of that figure. And by designing, I mean, right now it looks like a female, but it's just okay. That's what I said, that, you know, maybe I should try this. Slightly different approach. It doesn't, it should be like a, if I make it square as a, you know, so canvas is going to be a square size. That might work, actually. That's kind of a nice. Z shape there, and then let's make it a little bit more. That could actually work. Maybe a little bit more shape of here, and then maybe a little bit more this way. So I'm playing with these abstract shapes right now, and it's more like an abstract idea. So I'm trying to, you know, I'm going from one. Oops, should probably change the brush for this. So I'm going from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like, you know, slowly moving through different ideas. And this is probably, like, this is extremely fun for me to do, because there's no necessarily anything. This is probably one of the best thing for Bed Painting Friday that you can do, just doodle around. But when I say doodle, I mean, you know, it has some kind of a progression, right? And this is more like a thought process that goes through my head. I have something that is, you know, like a starting point, and then I'm continue. I am trying to continue and develop that, right? So it would be like you have a different branches of the same idea, and as I explore these possibilities here, I'm thinking about the different shape, different size, different positions, different, you know, different orientations, and I can then start developing. So that would be a little too difficult too. So then I can start developing these to a different parts. But the reason why I'm doing this is because if I decided on this one that I like, I can always bring it back here and add to it. So it's going to be like this, let's say, and then I can take this and move it to another directions wherever I want. So it's kind of helped me to go left and right, and I always have something to refer to if I lost myself somewhere in that kind of a daydreaming. You know, piece of tea leaf. So that would be something that I'm going to be continue working on as one of a compositions. I kind of like it. I'm enjoying it. Oops. I'm enjoying it more and more, and it was really sitting in my head for a while, and I like that, and I'm happy that I was able to bring it up, and hopefully this is going to be maybe even this way. So if we think about like this composition here, like this direction right here, it kind of nicely move back and forth, or left and right rather, I'm sorry. A nice kind of a swoop, and then kind of including this there because I think that's something it's needs to be done there. Like I said, always we can put like a little circle there. That's why that's why it's that's the easiest way to do. If you don't know, that's an internal joke. And then cool thing about this is that I can flip it quickly. Can quickly flip it horizontally and see if it's going to work a little better from the other way around. I don't think this is as good. I think I like this a little bit more. I have to correct these because these are then yeah. Sunflower circle. Yeah. Oh, it's pretty funny. You had to brought it up. You had to bring it up. That's so good. That is super good. I almost forgot. I was deep into thinking about stuff, and I even forgot to talk. My apologies. I think I'm getting a little bit too into the drawing and into my own thoughts and starting to daydream. So thank you for bringing me back. Of course I had to. Yeah. That's awesome. Maybe we should just, maybe I should do really a sunflower painting since we have such a good memory with sunflowers and like good discussions about them. So maybe some sunflowers would be cool. Why not? Why not? Sea of sunflowers. Yeah. Oh, that would be awesome. Oh, you can't even see me anymore. Okay, well, I think that's a clue for me to to go, since you can't see me. Um, this was a great bed painting Friday. I enjoyed it a lot. I know that I was talking too much about stuff that most of you already know, but it is. I think it's important to remind it not only to you and myself, actually, because sometimes I keep forgetting certain things, and it is more like a keep the muscle memory going with these sketches. And I would probably do them with the hand, but I'm starting to like these, not necessarily shortcuts, but these randomness of some of these brushes that I have here. I don't even know where did they came from. I should probably check them, download it from somewhere. And I use only one brush, and I don't use Ctrl Z. I like to erase into that because that gives me a little bit more of that. I still can see you, just that you are turning more into buttonless being with detached hands. Yeah, and I have like the little black. I don't even know if I can call it glove. It's just a little, so it's glide nicely on the screen. But yeah, I'm just going to slowly disappear. If I were, like I can disappear, I can just turn off the screen and I'm gonna be gone. Because right now the only illumination it's from the screen. You have a glove like that? Okay, yeah. I don't know how does it call? It almost seemed like a like someone. I don't know. It whenever I have this glove on, I feel. I don't want to say uncomfortable, but it's a little bit like a. Oh, excuse me. I can't stop doing this today. I feel a little bit more like I'm into fashion, and I'm not into fashion that much. But this is like a fashion statement more than anything else, right? So I don't have. It's just like an inner pressure that this is a fashion statement. I have it on right now. Let's be cool. But truly, it helps. It helps to glide the hand nicely, and especially this. The cool thing is that this is getting a little too warm. But it has a cooling back, so it's being cool. And during sometimes your hands get sweaty and it doesn't glide very well. That's why I use it. Oh yeah, the statement that tells you are a true artist. Nobody has that. Yeah. And yeah, during the summer it gets sticky and sweaty, and that's not really pleasant to work. It's just like a weird friction, unnecessary friction there. It already feels artificial for me to work on the glass, that it's backlit, and on top of it, when it's sweaty, it's a friction on top of a friction. But today I have it also because it's cold here and my feet are really like frozen, so I have to get a little bit more of a warm tea and warm up a little bit. But I'm enjoying it thoroughly, these sketches, and I'm getting more and more into it. And maybe I could do like a little small acrylic sketches. I brought a lot of pieces of scrap wood from my from my storage unit. The ones that like the really small ones that you can throw into a backpack. So I might do some little, explore this little sketch that we work on. We can explore both. It doesn't really matter. They both are kind of cool to work on. If I only push myself to work with acrylics. But yeah. I might do definitely the one of them. I'm definitely going to do the one with there's like a Andrew Wyatt tasks, because that's something that I wanted to paint as my own painting for myself, for me, for my own wall. So yeah, that might be a next project, like a side project, side piece. That I'm going to work on. So yeah, thank you for joining me today. I hope that you have a better understanding of that. My process is nothing special. It's not necessarily it's not a magic. It doesn't have any, like I don't have a magic wand or anything like that. It's pretty rudimentary, or actually it's extremely rudimentary, and it feels almost too slow. And if I were to do this and start today, it might me it would be annoying. But since I've been doing this a long time, that doesn't even make sense what I said. I have been doing this for a long time, since 2011. Yeah, I don't even know, 12 maybe. I don't know, 15. It doesn't really matter. I've been using Pinterest forever. So yeah, that's my go-to tool. And I forgot to mention books. That I have books everywhere. Not necessarily that I have a lot of books, but I have them every empty and unused surface that is there. I usually put a book there because it's a different kind of browsing, or doom scrolling, if you wish. And I like to do both. I like to doom scroll on Pinterest, and I like to doom scroll on within the book, and especially the big Rembrandt book. It's like a weird thing that I know these pictures, but there is, every time that I look through that book, there is something new there that I haven't seen before, or I wasn't paying attention to, or I didn't want it to see. I have no idea. I don't know. Maybe Rembrandt is coming. Excuse me. Maybe Rembrandt is coming to my studio during the time that I'm not here, and actually painting into that. I'm gonna stick with that. That's what I think is happening. Yeah, like I said, it's rudimentary. It's brute force and numbers. Brute force and numbers. There is nothing else to it. And also, what helps me, and that's something that you might try it as well, especially when you work with digital medium, and you want to feel a little bit more like a traditional. Do yourself a favor and make yourself a toned paper under painting or whatever that is. It just feels nicer than just a white paper, and it's not as scary to start on toned paper if you don't use it. I don't know how important, because most of the time everything is going to be covered, but it's helping me with like a first steps to have a little bit more fun. So that would be maybe one more thing that I would suggest you to do. And like I said, it's really a white piece of paper for me. It's really scary. Even this day, I don't like to work on white paper. It's just not that I can't, but I don't want to. I choose not to. And it doesn't need to be black, like a dark, rich color. It could be just a lightly toned. This is way too much, maybe even for most of us. So yeah, that would be one more thing that I would probably add to my own like a list of how I compose and how I create these little sketches and thumbnails. Because you can see right here, for instance, let me just zoom it in, since I'm talking about it, that it's not perfect. It has like a little darker areas and little lighter areas, and immediately right here again with randomness, like you have like a little, like a little spots of something here, like a little composite. So already, it's giving you a little bit more of an environment than just a light sheet of paper or blank white sheet of paper. So That's something what I like to do. And also, if you work traditionally, you can also buy a paper that is slightly rougher and uneven. And I know that that might be a little intimidating because you cannot go into details. But with a little sketches, rougher paper feels way better because you have these randomness. Sometimes the charcoal kind of grips, and sometimes it just slides. It's the same thing as with with the way how I paint with oils. I like that randomness. I really do. Not that only that I like it, I need it. It's part of the process of finding these things. So don't be afraid to really just jump into it, and instead of just Control Z, erase that, and you're going to find yourself working a little bit more with the shapes rather than just with the lines and then coloring in between the lines. It's going to help. It's not going to make your art unnecessarily more like detailed. It's going to make that first initial workflow with shapes in the composition a little bit easier, a little bit more forgiving. You just give yourself a space to make enormous amount of mistakes, and then compile those mistakes, and they're going to give you an image or abstract image then you can use later in some other project. It's going to be your own personal compositional components 101, right? So that will be probably the last piece of advice for today. And we're going to continue exploring these things. So I'm looking forward to continue talking about composition. If you have any other questions, please, it would be awesome to get more in depth into this creative discourse. I don't know if I have more that I can offer, but if there are ideas, if there are some ideas or something was not necessarily clear, or it wasn't, what would I say? It wasn't, or it doesn't make sense. Feel free to ask me in the short form here during this painting discourse, or you can send me an email. That's always an option. So yeah, thank you for joining me today. Thank you for being part of a Bad Painting Friday, kind of a dive deep into composition and the process and the mood boards and pure ref and so on and so forth. If you if you're interested in more, it's totally okay with me. I'll be happy to do these little thumbnails all day long because they're really fun. And I know that you probably heard this from every artist, from every painter, from everyone on the internet, or in life, or in the schools. They are fun when they have a purpose. If you don't want to do them, don't do them. It's gonna hurt you. It hurt me. I stopped doing them for a while, and then you're gonna find yourself in the need of these thumbnails, not because someone else told you, but because you need to figure certain things out, and then you're gonna start having fun with them. That's the only way that this is gonna work. So the thumbnailing, right? If you don't want to do them, please do not do them. Don't force yourself to do that. Do something else instead, because it's just going to be really, you're going to be more frustrated than anything else. So paint you discourse tags. You'll see what I mean later. Okay, all right, awesome. I'm looking forward to that. I'm gonna probably have a cup of tea and list through some Rembrandt, and then I'm gonna jump right into it, because I was looking into a monitor for a while, and my eyes are starting to hurt. So I need to rest them for a second. But I appreciate that. I'm definitely going to check it out. I appreciate your support. I appreciate a lot your participation in this creative discourse. So yeah, let's reconvene tomorrow, same place, same time, and enjoy the rest of the evening, and I'll see you tomorrow, right? All right, take care, bye.